Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Directors meeting of HART, Friday, September 20th, 2024. It is almost 8:30. It's 8:35 a.m. So first of all, I'm going to call this meeting to order by taking roll. Kika, he was on, but he's excused for now. Anthony Alto.
Present.
Don Takuchi Apuna is excused. Lisa Baker.
Never used this before. Present.
Okay.
Thank you. Present.
And welcome to your first
Thank
board
you.
meeting. Natalie Iwasa,
Thanks.
not on. She's excused. Roger Morton.
Present.
Joe O'Donnell is excused. Ed Sniffen is excused. Art Tolentino.
Present.
Robert Yu.
I'm here, Chair.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have quorum and the chair is here. First of all, I'm going to ask for any public testimony on any agenda item. Any public testimony here on any agenda item? Anyone testifying online? No? Thank you. So we're going to, given the time, Lori, I have you for an executive director's update, but I have nothing listed. So unless it's really critical, can we take Hawaiian Electric first?
Yes, Chair. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So let's skip agenda item number 3. We'll go to agenda item number 4, which is the briefing by Hawaiian Electric Company on the relocation of utility lines and the use of utility trucks purchased by HART. Please introduce yourselves and your position. Identify your position with HECO.
Morning, Chair, Honorable Sal, and board members. My name is Rudy Tamayo, Hawaiian Electric Company. I'm the Vice President of Energy Delivery.
And good morning. My name is Colton Ching. I'm the Senior Vice President of Planning and Technology at Hawaiian Electric, and maybe more importantly, during the period in which we were working with HART on the specialized vehicle, I was in Rudy's job as Vice President of Energy Delivery.
So you're the guy who we talked to then?
That's
Colton.
absolutely right, yeah.
Okay, with this, who wants to go? Do you have something prepared for us?
Yeah, I'll start out, Chair, if you don't mind, for Hawaiian Electric. We have no slides, but what we do have, which I think Lori is sorting right now, is a number of hard copies of documents, studies, MOUs, and contract amendments that kind of captures the work that we did with HART going back all the way to late 2014 and 2015, when we first began in response to a HART's request to look at alternative ways to deal with clearance issues being issues where Hawaiian Electric's existing overhead lines do not cross the guideway, but they're running parallel to the guideway that at the time was in design or being built. And the space between the guideway and our existing overhead lines were very close, such that we would lose the ability to perform maintenance and component replacement of our overhead infrastructure. So the documents that Lori's sending around kind of captures the main key points of the work that we did with HART since then. The work started off, Chair, if you don't mind, should I just go ahead and start getting into it? Yeah. So the work started in late 2014 at the request of HART at the time. I believe it was Dan Grabowskis as director and Brennan Morioka as deputy. And at the time, we began to identify a significant amount of clearance issues in the first 2 segments, West Oahu Farrington Highway and KHG, Kamehameha Highway. And there was a number of overhead transmission lines, 138,000 volt structures and conductors, 46,000 volt subtransmission lines and 12,000 volt distribution lines running alongside the planned guideway route, where the clearance between, or the space between our conductors and our poles and the guideway was less than the space we needed to perform maintenance on it. And so at the time, we had been looking at different options like relocating our circuit away from that street and moving it to, say, another street or another route, or which was the more common option that was being looked at, was to take that overhead conductors and circuits and place them underground with underground cables. Those both are effective alternatives, ways to deal with the clearance, but both are very expensive and take a long time to design and construct, permit and construct. So in late 2014 and 2015, in working with HART, we worked together to look at perhaps less common options to deal with the clearance issue. And so we undertook an effort to look at things like, can we attach our circuits to the guideway itself, within the columns and the guideway hanging on the underside of the guideway? Is that a way to replace overhead conductors with cables, but reduce the cost of undergrounding those cables? So we looked at that. We also looked at, and that would be in comparison to the more traditional overhead relocation or undergrounding, traditional undergrounding. But one of the options we looked at was to look at a whole multitude of different kinds of vehicles and equipment that would allow us to keep our overhead lines overhead in the same general location and perform the work we need to do with vehicles that currently, at the time, was not in Hawaiian Electric's inventory. So we looked at like a train, right, that would sit on the rail that had a bucket and a crane, right? Would that work? So access our infrastructure from the guideway itself, is that a suitable option? We looked at different kinds of ground-based equipment that could fit and work in tighter spaces, and a number of different types of vehicles and equipment to do that. And it was that last option that, after some time of investigating, looking at different manufacturers and models of equipment, and ultimately by having some of the equipment brought into Hawaii so we could actually physically test it out in portions of Wolf where the guideway was built at that time, to see if we could actually perform the kind of work we needed to do within much tighter spaces than what we were able to do with our traditional equipment. And taking, kind of bringing a lot of work into a very short statement, the combined team of Hawaiian Electric and HART, through these exercises, these investigations and studies, which you have, I think, 3 studies in there, one performed independently by HART's consultant, High Energy Incorporated. Yeah, HEI, High Energy Incorporated, different HEI. And then 2 studies performed by the Hawaiian Electric team. And both of those studies conclude that, yes, with certain specialized vehicles, we can perform the work we need to do on our infrastructure with less space than we can with the equipment that we had at the time. So what used to require about 50 feet of clearance, meaning the space between the guideway's edge and our poles or our conductors, depending upon what work we were doing, that nominal 50-foot space could be reduced to about 35 feet.
About what?
35 feet. So from 50 to 35. That's for the highest voltage circuits, which have the biggest pieces of equipment and are highest up there. And then for 46 kV, the standard of 40 feet could be reduced to 25 feet. So from 40 to 25 feet. And then for our distribution, the lowest voltage and lowest height conductors, that standard goes from,
It was 30, but it was still within the 25
yeah.
in terms, because that is the lowest.
Yeah, so what used to be 30 feet of clearance needed was reduced to 25
Same
feet.
as the 46. It's typically they're close together.
So with the ability to perform work using these specialized vehicles with less space between the guideway and our existing overhead infrastructure, we could avoid, in many instances, having to take that overhead infrastructure and move it to a different street or, on private property, or to move it underground and bury it. And when we and HART compared the cost of the vehicles versus the cost of the relocations through putting things underground or relocating it to different routes, HART estimated about $150 million of utility relocation savings for WOOF and KHG. And that's net of the cost of the specialized vehicles. That estimate was very early in the life of the project. This is around 2016 or so. We had a number of conversations. We, meaning Hawaiian Electric and HART, had a number of conversations with the mayor at the time to kind of explain what we were thinking of doing. And that's where the $150 million of cost savings was calculated. We believe today, with the higher costs of kind of doing everything, plus the additional savings of utility relocations for airport and for city center, that cost savings is probably significantly more than the $150 million. So that's where we landed in terms of coming up with the solution. The solution was codified and agreed to by both Hawaiian Electric and HART through a number of things. We modified our construction contract that we had with HART for WOOF and KHG, two separate contracts. And we agreed to an amendment of those contracts that accounted for both the payment of us purchasing the specialized vehicles, the reimbursement of it, and our agreement to perform the relocation work in the WOOF and KHG section using these smaller clearances and essentially keeping more infrastructure overhead and reducing the amount of relocation work we would need to do. So you both should have a copy of those contract amendments. And just as a note, for both the WOOF and the KHG sections, back then, Hawaiian Electric actually performed the design and the construction of the utility relocations for those first two segments. So it's different from airport and city center. But so we were able to capture the change in the entire construction in those contracts because we were performing the work, or our contractors were performing that work. Now, when we came up with solutions to minimize the cost of relocations, in part, to a large extent, by keeping overhead infrastructure overhead, in a lot of cases, if we kept the overhead infrastructure exactly as is, and we had the guideway built as it was either already built or as planned, then the spacing between our infrastructure and the guideway in many cases were even less than what the reduced clearances we were able to get with the specialized vehicles. So a good example of that is along Kamehameha Highway in Pearl City. The guideway was built. We have overhead 138,000 volt transmission on steel poles on the Makai side of Kamehameha Highway. And the spacing between the edge of the guideway and those existing poles and overhead lines was less than 35 feet. I think it was like about 30, 31 feet or so. Don't quote me on the exact number, but it was something like that. And so if we didn't do anything else, the specialized vehicles by themselves would not allow us to keep those overhead lines in the as-is state, and we would have to underground that section, even with the the tighter clearances, because that space that is there today is less than the space that we need to work with, even with the specialized vehicles. So what we did in working with Hart and their consultants was we said, okay, what if we did this? What if we kept the poles along the Mackay side of Farrington where they are? I mean, Kamehameha Highway, where they are. And we just shifted the conductors, which are by design, right? Because they're built for being in the right of way, reducing the arm that sticks out of the pole and holds the conductors over the road. What if we shifted it back, shortened those arms, and brought the conductors closer to the pole itself? Not so close where there's any safety or access issues, but closer than how it's currently designed now.
And still within code.
And still within all of the codes that we need to meet. And if we were to do that, we gained just a little bit of extra space, but that extra space allowed us to now then perform the kind of maintenance and replacement work that we needed to do with the specialized vehicles. We now had enough space. There's a trade-off with that though, because what happens now is that the conductors, like if you're a bird looking down at Kamehameha Highway and a circuit running down there, the poles are in the same location, but the conductors are now closer to all of the properties on the Mackay side by, I think, about 6 feet or so. So one of the things we always have to do, so a consequence of that, which is something that we have to do in all overhead work that we do, we need to account for where the conductor sits. We need to make sure that nothing is within electrical safety space from those conductors, right? Because like at that high voltage, you can induce current to things if they're too close to it, and you get risk of a shock and, you know, that flash and a lightning, what looks like a lightning bolt going to something if it's too close. But we also need to account for the fact that under high wind conditions, those conductors, which normally kind of have a what's called a belly, it just sags right between poles straight down. In winds, that span of conductor where it's normally straight down begins to bow out when wind is coming from this way. And so we need to account for that as well. And believe it or not, as strong as the steel pole is, under wind conditions, the pole actually bends a little bit. So we perform all these calculations to figure out under wind conditions, what happens to the deflection of the pole, what happens to that conductor span blowing out, and still maintaining with that conductor now further on the Mackay side. Is there enough space to maintain electrical safety clearance? Now in some cases on private property. And so we want to make sure that not just today, but into the future, that space, that minimum space is maintained under those conditions. And unfortunately, it means in some cases, we may need to get easements from those property owners so that on those properties, activities aren't done, things aren't built such that now it creates structures or the risk of people or equipment or buildings now falling within the minimum clearance for electrical safety. And so like in the case of Kamehameha Highway, there are a couple of places where easements have been needed or are required in order to account for that. And so that we can ensure that our infrastructure does not pose a risk of to those property owners and that public safety is maintained during those circumstances. So that's a trade-off that we unfortunately have to work through if we want to keep those circuits overhead. If we don't have that option, if we're unable to get an easement, then we're not able to shift those conductors over. And if we're not able to shift those conductors over, then even with the specialized vehicles, we're not able to perform the work we need to do. And then we have to go back to the drawing board at some of the more traditional alternatives, like rerouting that transmission line on another road, or for Kamehameha Highway, more likely the solution would be to underground that circuit or that section of the circuit where we have these clearance issues. So that's the kind of things we've been working pretty much continuously with the HART team, at least in my experience going back to 2013 when I started working with HART, even till today with Rudy's team working with HART on pretty much all sections, all 4 segments of the guideway. I said a lot, I apologize, but kind of want to explain what we've been working on. Rudy, was there anything else
Yeah, I
there?
just want to add to the 35 feet clearances. It not just facilitate the work, but really so our people can do the work safely, and that's a requirement of our, any work we scope out. Now, going back to the 50, why was it 50?
You said HART people can do the work.
No,
Our people.
Our
Yeah.
people. Our people can do the work safely. In the past, we had the full right-of-way, which was the full 50 feet that we typically have, and that's a typical easement we have in our infrastructure. Given that the right-of-way now has shrunk, because of the rail. And fortunately, we were able to work together under a task force. It was actually a task force that was stood up so we can be collaborative on what options we use. But the main criteria for Hawaiian Electric was really the safety. How do we do it safely? And this gave us the opportunity to maintain that safe working environment by using these specialized vehicles.
So are you both open to questions now?
Sure.
Okay, before we proceed, I want to acknowledge that Kika Bukowski has joined us, and so has Natalie Wasa. So, Kika, are you there? Okay, you're there. All right. Members, do any of you have any questions of either Colton or Rudy? Sorry, I'm looking for your name. Anyone?
I have,
Yes, Roger.
Colton, you said that, you do these, the slacking or the wind issue is a result of high wind. What standard of high wind do you use?
So we apply standard National Electric Safety Code calculations to this. I don't know offhand the
Is
specific
it class
wind.
1 hurricane or is it?
No.
It's not that high?
No, it's not that high.
So less than 75 miles an hour?
Yeah, subject to check. I can definitely go back and get that number and provide it to you.
The analysis is based on the requirements on the NESC.
The National Electric Safety Code.
And is that different between different regions of the country?
Not if they adopt the same code. In
I
general,
wondered if the code had geographic differences.
I'm not aware of that.
I don't believe that's the case. I think it just applies some probable a wind speed of some probability as a code and applies it in the National Electric Safety Code as a deflection force to apply for those calculations.
Anyone else? Lisa?
Hi, thank you for coming. I'm a little confused when you were describing the reason for going from, on the 138, going from a 50-foot clearance to a 35-foot clearance, and then that the equipment, I'm trying to figure out, is it a specification or a permitting or a safety standard that is requiring this? And what specific safety or required standard are we limited by? Like, if you're able to go from 50 to 35, is it just the
What's
equipment
changed?
that's the issue, or is it going less than 35 is the issue?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have explained that at the beginning. So the ability to reduce the clearance, the space needed from 50 feet down to 35 feet is totally attributable to the different functional capabilities of the specialized vehicles. So if you, I wish I had a photo, but if you think about like a Hawaiian Electric bucket truck that you've seen on your street, it has what's called a knuckle. It has an elbow that kind of sticks back. So when the bucket is doing work, there's a back end that sticks backwards that has a pivot. Yeah, thank you. What page is that? Yeah. Oh, perfect. So if you refer to the second of the Hawaiian Electric studies, the one that says is dated 2016 on the front, if you look at the very back, there's a photo of an example photo of our traditional bucket trucks. And so you see how our buckets have, there are two segments that can go up and down, and there's one elbow. It's called a knuckle. And it's on the opposite end of the boom where our crewmen work out of. And so when they're working on something, there's this knuckle or elbow that's sticking back. And that gives our folks a lot of flexibility in how they work, but a trade-off is that it needs a bit of space on a side-to-side basis as they're working on a pole or addressing something. The specialized vehicles, and if you look at the same document for example, if you look on pages 9 through 11, you can see the very different configuration of the boom or the arm of this specialized vehicle. In this case, these are the lower voltage vehicles. And it allows our crews in a bucket to get up and access to a pole. Number one, with the truck parked much closer to the pole itself. So that reduces some space. And then you don't have a knuckle or as big of a knuckle on the back end that requires space on the other side of the vehicle. And it's really that different physical configuration of the truck's arm that allows our folks to do the same work with a different vehicle in a much smaller space.
And, you know, in utilizing
Thank you.
our traditional in that tighter space, which physically cannot be achieved because of that knuckle. And, you know, we have people in these buckets and we can't afford, and going to your safety question, how do we perform the work with the proper equipment given the environment? In most cases, the 50 feet allowed us to use our traditional equipment to perform the work safely. So when the men or line workers are in the bucket, they can perform, and if it gets tight, they don't have to reach. It really gives them ability to work, to do the work as planned and as safely as possible. This vehicle that was identified is more of a vertical lift versus a traditional arm swing. And that's where we gain on that 15 feet that allow us to do the work. The boom actually goes, you know, underneath the rail, but the actual, the outriggers go underneath the rail, but the boom is really in parallel, so eliminates that risk of that knuckle back in bumping into infrastructure that may cause harm to our workers.
Chair, I have a question. Yeah.
So to clarify, this is an issue of ability to access versus a technical requirement specification that is being governed to HECO for a 138 kV line.
Performing, correct.
Yeah, it's the physical space needed to actually place our vehicles there and maneuver the arm or boom to get our bucket into various locations along the pole, and conductors, insulators, cross arms, perform the work.
Okay. And is there other places where we have 138 kV on the island where you have less than 50 feet clearance?
So the reason why we don't have this issue in other places, so the short answer is no. The reason why we don't have this issue in other places where we have 138 kV overhead circuits is because they're located on rights of way, on side of the roads, and our normal course of business, our normal practice is to work with the city and county or with the state, depending who owns the road, to get a lane or in some cases the entire road shut down so that we have the space we need to get access to the pole, to the conductors from the road itself, right? And that's how we did work along Farrington Highway, around Kamehameha Highway, on Dillingham. We do that from the road itself. And that's the big benefit to us, to have the ability to put these overhead lines within the right of way on the side of a road.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Robert.
Okay, so thanks for being here this morning. You may have mentioned this already, but with some of the technical stuff, I just need some clarification. So the reason for this briefing is at our last board meeting, we were asked to approve an easement for you all, so you could, and so you could underground the utility lines. I think it was in the Pearl Ridge rail station area.
Crystal's there.
It wasn't for underground, it was for above ground.
What's above?
Above
Oh, I thought we were also talking about HECO needed to also underground that portion of the
They
utility.
were separate matters. The undergrounding had to do with Dillingham. The one that we had a discussion about was above ground.
Okay, so in essence, the easement you require is for you to have space for the trucks that we bought for HECO, right? Is that
It
what you
depends.
just testified?
It depends on the situation. I'm not familiar with the specific easement that you're referring to from the last board meeting, but sometimes easements are needed, like in the example that I gave you for Kamehameha Highway. An easement was needed to account for the shift of the overhead infrastructure towards the private properties on the Mackay side of Kamehameha Highway, and for the sway and the blowout of our poles and conductors. We need a vertical air easement to keep that space clear. In some cases where our overhead infrastructure are in places or is being relocated in places where we don't have access to the pole and conductors from the road itself, even on a tighter space, but not enough access from the road itself. Another way to keep those lines overhead is to access those poles and conductors from the other side, from the typically a private property side. So that may be a need that's another case where we would need an easement to keep lines overhead. In that case, that easement would be to have sufficient space for all of our vehicles that are performing work on the pole from the private property side, not from the road side.
Just a couple more things. Okay, so when you say you're not familiar with the easement that we're talking about, well, we're asking, Hart is asking us to approve the easement for HECO. So if you're not familiar with it, then who's asking for it? If HECO's not familiar with it, why
So we
are
have over 100 different easements that we're working with Hart on, so I'm just not familiar which
Yeah,
specific
it's the
one.
easement. Okay, I apologize. I thought you know why you're here to address that easement that you guys requested. So you're not sure what easement we're talking about, and
Follow up specifically what was the
Or if you can-
drivers for that. For the most part, in our review, in that area was really the blowout issue in terms of meeting NESC. But we can confirm that. Our understanding was really to go through the chronology on the vehicles procured by Hart and how and why we don't use them in certain areas. But we can get back regarding the specific easements.
okay, maybe I am totally confused about what was discussed at the last board meeting. I was under the impression that we were asked to approve an easement for HECO to underground just that small portion of utilities because you cannot get the truck in there to service the lines in that particular area. And that's
Point
where
of
the
order.
trucks came in.
Chair, point of order.
Yes. Kika, is
Yeah,
that you?
yes, it is. Just for clarification, as I recall the last board meeting, we were discussing the easement, but the discussion somehow devolved into discussions about the trucks and how they were purchased. And my understanding of this agenda item is to discuss the trucks and how they were purchased and the chronology and reasoning behind the purchase of the trucks. I don't think the discussion, the agenda item that we're talking about now had anything to do with any specific easement request.
I understand your point of order. I'm overruling you because my recollection was it did have something to do with the easement. And that was the reason why the easement was tied to the trucks, because how come the trucks? Because I remember specifically making the statement, because I was here in 2016 and 2015 when we approved the trucks, that the reason why we were approving the trucks is because we then wouldn't need to worry about
Yes, Chair,
undergrounding and so
I
forth.
understand what you're saying, Chair, but my point is
I
that this
overruled your
agenda
point,
item.
Kika. So
No,
if
no,
you want to
Chair,
make
can I
it an
clarify?
issue for the board to vote on, whether my recollection or your recollection is correct, we can do that. But
Chair, what I'm
I'm
trying to
already
do-
ruled on your point of order. Had you just raised an issue, that would have been different, but you raised a point of order. And it is
Chair,
my
I'm not
position as
asking
the
for a
board
ruling.
chair that I rule on the points of order.
Chair, if you could let me finish. I'm not asking for a ruling. What I'm trying to do is clarify my understanding that at the last meeting, we were discussing the easement. However, the discussion devolved into discussions about the trucks and what their status was and how we got them and why we got them. So my understanding of this particular agenda item was to discuss that. It wasn't to discuss any easements, is what I'm trying to clarify based on what member Robert just mentioned. So we're not talking about specific easements in this agenda item. We're talking about the trucks.
That's not.
I understand what you're saying. You raised it originally as a point of order, which means that it requires a decision. But if you're clarifying it that this is just your statement, you've made your statement. My recollection differs from yours. And if you want the rest of the board to say whatever they feel, we can go into that. But I think this line of questioning is in line with what I understood we were talking about, because it all evolved from the easement discussion. But having said that,
So to clarify, Chair, are we going to be voting on an easement today?
no, this is an informational
Okay.
briefing.
All right, that's the point I was trying to make, Chair. Thank you.
Then why did you raise a point of order? Forget it, I withdraw it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, wait, go ahead, wait, let him finish, and then we'll
Just
go to you.
one quick thing, yeah. So at the last one, the whole reason this briefing came about is because we had to approve the easement for HECO. I was under the impression that to underground just a small portion of utilities by our Pearl Ridge Station area or by the Firestone or whatever, that area. So maybe I'm just my recollection is just not correct because the trucks cannot get in there. And that's where we question, well, we bought 15 trucks for HECO. How come not one of them could accommodate that work in that small section of the Guyway? And go ahead, Krista.
Well, the particular easement that we were talking about was a sway easement, so it was more for the fact that the lines swayed. And then the conversation was about the 138 work as a whole along Kamehameha Highway, and why we were still doing that relocation work. Some of it was to move the line, like Colton had explained. Some of it is to be undergrounded. The conversation kind of went down that path. On the particular property, the easement that was before you, it was actually a sway easement. It was not for access.
Is that for the Firestone?
It's not for Firestone, it's for a residential property.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
So let me clarify. So are you saying it has nothing to do with the trucks?
The particular easement isn't being served by the truck. I think it was more of the project as a whole along Kamehameha Highway.
Yeah, I believe what happened was the discussion started about that particular easement, and we had other easements that we've been dealing with, and I think the underlying question is, why are we buying all these easements for Hawaiian Electric? Do they really need it? And then that was what evolved into this whole discussion about the trucks. And then what about this sway easement now that we have in addition to just the easements that we need for the undergrounding and the servicing of the lines? With Kamehameha Highway was the trucks. I was here, it was trucks. And we were supposed to, right? Rudy's agreeing. We were supposed to avoid all the issues of the undergrounding of the parallel 138s if we could service it. And the idea was, HECO's original position, as I recall it, was that we're gonna underground all these lines. And then they said, well, wait a minute, maybe we can find this wonderful truck. I remember Brendan Morioka sitting there saying, you know, we think we have a solution. We're gonna buy these trucks for HECO. The only exception to that I recall was after Aloha Stadium, there were about 9 poles that were an issue. You remember those? And then we had to underground those because they said there was no way we could service them with the trucks for whatever reason. That's the only exception to that discussion that I recall. But anyways, that's how this whole thing evolved as I remember, and the reason why you're here. You're here to tell us, why did we spend that money if in fact it's not going to do what we thought was going to happen? And what happened? And the representation made to the board was, hey, we're going to avoid undergrounding. And then the issue was undergrounding too. That was my recollection. It may have been because of the sway or whatever, but that portion had to be underground. And then from there, we had that discussion, and we had the discussion about the trucks. Okay, what is it that we're doing? Because I think we got into a discussion also about the fact that the trucks weren't going to service everything. And my recollection was, with the exception of 9 poles or something outside of Aloha Stadium to the airport, they were supposed to take care of everything. But that's the reason why I think you guys are here. But anyway, go ahead, Anthony.
Thanks, Chair. If I could just piggyback on that, my recollection is similar to yours. I think it goes a bit further, which is that my understanding was that the trucks were going to take care of about 90% of the problem. And what we're dealing with now is the remaining 10%. And I think our feeling is that with the trucks in place, we ought to be looking at that 10% again, because as I understand it, taking care of that 10% through undergrounding or moving the top of the pole around in the way that you described before, is still going to cost us tens of millions of dollars. I think it's something like $40 to $50 million. And what we're saying is that having bought the trucks and seen the work that's been done so far, we don't think there's a need to go to this $40, $50 million expense. And I personally have a concern that we're applying a standard that is much stricter than the national standard. There are places in the country where roadways and 138 kVs are much closer than here. Maybe that's because it was grandfathered in, I don't know what. But the concern of this board is that Hart is sometimes seen by some people as a bottomless pit of money. Oh, they can throw money to solve this problem. And I guess what we're asking, certainly what I'm asking is, now that we've got the trucks, and can I ask you, how many times have the trucks actually been used to service the lines along the guideway so far?
We haven't had to use it because.
So we spent, $13 million or something? You haven't used these things once. And you're telling us we've got to spend another $40, $50 million, even though we've got all these trucks there. And I guess that's my question is, are we actually really doing everything we can to ensure that we don't have to spend so much money on that last 10% of dealing with this problem?
Yeah, so let me start, and Rudy, please jump in as well. So with the specialized vehicles, we can't eliminate, but we can reduce the space that's required. And
Just to clarify, that is a space that you're defining, it's not a national standard, right?
it is the same space that HART's independent consultant concluded as well. This is the physical, when you're talking about national standards, I think you typically are talking about safety standards. What we're talking about here are the physical space needed for the equipment to actually get in there, to position a boom in there.
Well, how many times have you taken the trucks out to practice and to see if we actually need the much larger tolerances that you're telling us that we need?
So we did a number of tests with these vehicles. You can see photos in the 2 Hawaiian Electric studies of some of those vehicles in there. For the larger ones, none of us could afford to buy one or lease one and bring it in here to Hawaii to test it out. So we did it in the mainland under kind of conditions that we tried to replicate what was happening in Hawaii. So we
Haven't
did.
tested them here in Hawaii?
We have. So for the smaller vehicles, we absolutely have, and you can see pictures in the 2 Hawaiian
Not the
Electric.
bigger vehicles.
No, because they were unwilling to pay it was several hundreds of thousands of dollars to bring them in here under a lease, short-term lease or rental to test them out.
We're looking at tens of millions of dollars, so a few hundred thousand versus tens of millions seems like.
I don't disagree with you, but the decision at the time with the folks that were at HART at the time, they were not willing to do that. So the compromise was to send a combination of Hawaiian Electric and HART team members up to, I believe it was Colorado, where one of these vehicles was being used by someone, and we had access to it so we could test it out there. But to get to your first question about are we maximizing the benefit and the use of these specialized vehicles, we are in how we work with HART to design any relocations that may be needed because of clearance issues between the guideway and other HART infrastructure and our poles. And so the first objective is, where as much as possible, to avoid having to take an existing overhead line and undergrounding, because undergrounding is so expensive, right? We say it's 5 to 7 times more expensive. Doing it in a built-up area like Pearl City or Waipahu, or Dillingham, it's even more expensive. So the first objective is to avoid having to underground. And you're right, we've been able to avoid having to underground a vast majority of the sections of 138, 46, and 12 kV circuits, where these vehicles, we wouldn't be able to keep them above ground. But sometimes in certain places, like in Kamehameha Highway, even with the shorter or smaller clearance spaces we now get to work with, there isn't enough space to keep the overhead lines overhead by keeping it in the exact same configuration. And although, yes, it does cost money to reframe a pole, to remove the arms and bring the conductors closer, that cost is significantly, like orders of magnitudes less than the alternative, which is to underground that circuit. Okay. Part of what happens or what's needed when at times, not always, but at times when you're doing a reconfiguration of an overhead pole is you may need an easement either for the vehicle itself or in this case for sway, because now the conductors are closer to buildings and homes on private property and you want to maintain that electric clearance, that safe electric clearance under different conditions. And so even though we're keeping things overhead, we might need easements in certain cases, even with the use of the specialized vehicles. And yes, it takes a lot of work to get easements. It costs money to do that. It costs money to reframe poles. But the cost of doing that is much, much less than the cost of the alternative of undergrounding that circuit. And it also can be done much quicker than undergrounding the circuit as well. When we began our discussions and through the whole investigative work that the team has done with HART and the conclusions that we came out on the back end that ultimately led to the 2 contract modifications and these studies that we have before you, like you said, the the expectation was that it would not fully eliminate the need for undergrounding in certain circumstances. So 2 really good examples of where undergrounding cannot be avoided, even with specialized vehicles. So far, we've been only talking about clearance issues where the guideway and our circuit are running parallel to each other. We have a lot of cases where our circuits cross streets right where the guideway is going. In those places, we have a number, I can't even count how many instances of it we have, but we have a number of circuits that have to be placed underground in those sections, right? There's no way to get to the other side of the guideway with an overhead solution. So those circuits need to be placed underground. A specialized vehicle can't address that. And then you've got places where it's like very, very congested and the spacing is extremely tight. Dillingham is the prime example of that, where today we have 138 kV and then as well as lower voltage lines on both the Mauka and Mackay side of Dillingham. And even with the specialized vehicles, there isn't enough space to keep both circuits overhead. We knew from the very beginning, even with the specialized vehicles, at best, we could keep one circuit overhead, the other would have to go underground. Hart was pursuing both circuits to be placed underground for different reasons for a period of time, but we were able to come, this is when Lori came on board, to come to a solution where we could keep one 138 kV line overhead, reduce or avoid a whole bunch of relocation costs with the Mauka shift of the guideway on Dillingham. But you still had a whole bunch of circuits that needed to be placed underground. And even with the specialized vehicles, you wouldn't be able to keep both of them.
I'm not so much interested in the history of how we got here. What I'm more interested in is what's happening today. You know, our great team back there live value engineering. They go to bed at night dreaming about value engineering. They wake up in the morning thinking about value engineering. How can we do this project better, more efficiently, more cheaply?
So
These agreements we reached 8 years ago. There's a lot of water passed under the bridge since then. We've got the trucks. They're on island. And my concern is the HECO team coming to the table with the same determination to do some value engineering? I'm not sure if it wouldn't be useful to pull up Matt Scanlon to talk about how this is working.
Yeah, I'll give you a great example. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'll give you a great example of the work that's going on right now between Hart and Hawaiian Electric to find additional opportunities to leverage these specialized vehicles. So I'll go back to the example that I gave before on Kamehameha Highway. We talked about the Firestone building, right? On the Mackay side of Kamehameha Highway, the guideway is built. We have a 138 kV line on the Mackay side, sandwiched between the properties on the Mackay side and the guideway. I talked about how that there isn't enough space as is for the specialized vehicles, so we think we need to shift the conductors more on the Mackay side, closer to the private properties. And if we were to do so, we identified a need for a swing easement over some properties there. Okay, so that's kind of where we were. So
you want to shave 3 feet off the front of that building, though, right?
The easement would require the shaving of, I think it's 1.5 feet of the awning that comes out, and then 1.5 feet of the building to get.
And that's because of the way that HECO specifically chooses to draw the line from where the sway happens. So you just drop it down vertically and say, "Oops, we got to cut the front off this building."
So we're not.
It doesn't seem to me like there's a lot of value engineering going on there.
So the swing that I mentioned earlier, that's based according to the National Electric Safety Code. That calculation is based all on that methodology. We're not asking for, nor do we want to shave the building. What we wanted was an easement such that there would be restrictions on what is done on that building.
Yeah, excuse me, but I don't think the national code requires you to drop a vertical line from the furthest extent of the sway. Just drop vertically down and say, "Oh, if there's a building in the way, we've got to shave the front of that."
And
I
again,
don't see that in the national code.
Right, and again, we're not asking for the shaving of the building. We're asking for provisions that prevent the building or the building occupants or owners of the property from developing, building upon the building, putting a ladder, doing things that could raise people or pieces of our objects that get within the safety clearance of that sway. That's all we're asking for, is that easement. We're not asking for the building to be shaved.
Okay, just switching to the sway, I asked a question earlier about the trucks, and I understand you're gonna, you're gonna change the pole configuration. My question is similar to one I asked. Are there other places in your network where the sway does not meet your internal standards? Are there non-conforming areas where the sway, if calculated, would intrude upon man-made structures that you tolerate?
Yeah, so where we have overhead infrastructure built, when we're building it and we're designing it, we go and get any needed sway easements at the time that we're doing it.
So can I read that as there are other areas where you don't meet the standard, but they were grandfathered in?
I'm not aware of any place in our overhead infrastructure here in Oahu where we have an overhead line and we have knowingly been okay with having a sway occur where that sway is over property or a structure that threatens or exceeds the minimum requirements of the National Electric Safety Code.
What about unknowingly? When you use a word like knowingly, sorry, Roger, when you use the word like knowingly, that tells me there's the other side of it, which is unknowingly. So unknowingly, do you have areas where the sway would interfere with or violate your quote unquote whatever you're talking about? But your objection is, but we didn't know, so it's unknowingly it interfered?
Yeah, I can't say if someone has gone and built something in a place where we have, where we didn't have something before on that area, and it's now encroaching upon our
So can you
sway.
say that everything on Dillingham is within the sway? That your sway is okay on the 138 kVs on
Yes.
Dillingham?
Yes.
So you have the distance 50 feet?
The sway has not to, let me just clarify, the sway has nothing to do with the space we need to have access to it.
So what is the
This-
sway?
The sway is the conductors that are
No, I
hanging.
understand that. I'm saying, what is the distance on that sway?
Oh, the sway gets calculated for every single span because of the tension, the type of conductor you're using, and the distance between poles. So I can't tell you what it is along Dillingham.
So if that's the case, can you adjust the cable, so to speak, and then reduce the sway?
Yes, that's one strategy to change the tension. And we looked at that option like on Kamehameha Highway to help mitigate the sway. It helped a very small amount. We also, another solution to look at to reduce the sway is just to shorten the distance between the poles, right? Because the length of the cable is shorter, or the conductor is shorter. And we looked at that solution, and we're actually adding a pole in front of just to the Diamond Head side of the Firestone building to do that, to minimize the distance of the conductors between two poles that then reduces the sway. And even with all of those mitigations, tensioning an intermediate pole, the sway on Kamehameha Highway still results in the sway plus the safety requirements being now over where the building sits. And so we want to have provisions that prevents.
But that would have been there before rail.
No, it would not, because that calculation is based upon shifting the conductors 6 feet closer to all of those private properties. Right now, those conductors, and that's why I have confidence that on Dillingham, we don't have a problem either, because we put the poles on the side of the road, and then we use relatively long arms sticking out of the pole to hold those conductors over the road. right? So they're far enough away from all the properties on either side of Dillingham or on the Mackay side of Kamehameha Highway, where that when you do the sway calculations and the pole deflection calculations, the conductors still remain within the right-of-way and they're not falling over
you went
properties.
In other words, if you had a sway, and I assume what the concern is that the sway would then result with it falling or doing something, the cable falling or the line falling. What if it went higher? What if you went higher and you were tensioning it up higher? Because the 138 kV poles are different in terms of how high they stand. For example, the old ones look like the Godzilla movie ones. Those are, and on top of that, you have more. That's the other thing. The one thing I do know is 138 kVs can be achieved by various levels of cables, right? So that when you're on the mainland and you look at those huge 320s or whatever it is, those are achieved by having more than one line. And the old 138 kVs are more than one cable or one line.
Yeah.
Right? So if you were to split the line, so to speak, it wouldn't have the same impact, I assume, on what you're concerned about. And I think, by the way, I'm sorry, Roger. You want to take over?
No, I think you're doing fine.
Thank you, Roger. So that's what bothers me the most about talking about 138 kVs, is 138 kVs are 138 kVs. And then you have, of course, the redundancy, which you guys love. HECO loves redundancy. Even when you go underground, you guys want redundancy. So that we have all these costs associated with the cables themselves. Now, what I want to know too, and you mentioned it earlier when you were originally discussing this, because I think I was here when we were discussing it. The question was, why couldn't some of these lines be hung under the guideway or in that nice little culvert that we have, which has those, actually it has those, the tensions that we have to watch. But I mean, why couldn't it be, and why couldn't it be in situations where we have to make this accommodation? Why can't it be done?
Okay, I have several questions I want to respond to. So, but before I forget, I want to respond to the second half of Mr. Alto's question about continuing to look at opportunities. So in the case of Kamehameha Highway, the example that we were talking about earlier, what Lori and her team and Rudy and our team have been discussing is because of the challenges of obtaining an easement on the Mackay side at the Firestone building. We said, look, these calculations are based upon surveys, it's based upon drawings, it's based upon the 35 feet that we've concluded is the smaller amount. We said, why don't we do a mock-up? Exactly like you suggested. So we're working on a plan to do just that, to bring the vehicles, we're gonna have to do it at night, take a road closure on a really highly traveled road, but we'll work with the state to get road closures and set up our vehicles, set up a crane there and do a mock series of work to see if we need the full 6 feet of that shift of the conductor. Or in this case, based upon the physical configuration, height of the guideway, height of our pole there, and it's relatively straight section of Kamehameha Highway, can we position things such that we can actually go with a little bit less? So that's an example of things we're doing. We have done it in the past in other places as well to see if we can reduce or avoid reframing a pole or easements that might be required of it. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't forget to respond to that question.
And I think this is actually the nub of the conversation, so thanks for that. And I apologize if it looks like I'm grilling you, Colton, because I understand at the end of the day that Hart and HECO have to work as a team on this issue. Some might think that's the blind leading the lame, but nevertheless, we do have to work as a team. I know that you are working with Laurie's team, and I want some sense of assurance that there is a lot of value engineering going into review each and every one of these things, because these agreements, all of this bump was produced 8 years ago, and there's a lot of water that's flowed under the bridge since then. And I want to know that this sort of perfect scenario that we all agreed to 8 years ago is not the standard that we're being held to when value engineering is showing that there are cheaper solutions. And in fact, given that that we have to work as a team, I would be interested in hearing members of our team describing what this experience is like, not to see you working in opposition, but to hear that you are actually working to save taxpayers tens of millions of dollars. So I don't know
Do
if
you
you feel
really-
that appropriate.
Do you really
Chair?
think that our guys who are working with them, who are at their mercy, will be honest about that? You could take them in executive
I don't want to put them in a position, maybe Laurie could comment whether that's a good idea or not.
Well, maybe not
I think,
now.
I mean, obviously we're talking serious money here.
No, and I don't think we're gonna resolve this now. I think this is gonna take a while for us to actually, I think you should be prepared to come back again. Because the one thing I do notice about your memorandums, which you have given us, is they are not entered into when the original agreements were. Matter of fact, I don't mean to be picky about this, but wasn't Brennan working for you guys by the time you signed these? 2018, 2019? Because it's not the agreements may have been reached 8 years ago, but these are not 8 years old. 2019 is the memorandum, 2018 is the 2 change orders, which I don't understand how the 2 change orders, from what you've given us, can be before the memorandum of understand, but this is a memorandum of understanding about parking your trucks.
Yeah.
So these change orders amend something else, which we don't have a copy of, so we'd appreciate you providing us with that.
Okay.
But, so these are 2018, which is when they agreed, so it was Andy Robbins who agreed to these. And like you said, my recollection is, we entered into this with Dan Grabowskis, but this is Andy Robbins and Roger's predecessor,
West Isaac.
Faiseki. I never get his name right. It's Faiseki? Yeah, that's when these were agreed to. So what happened between when this whole thing started, when there was an agreement to buy the trucks, and this agreement, which is 2018? That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around, is where did this come from and what is this amending?
Okay, so the 2 documents you're holding, I believe, are 2 contract amendments. Those are amendments to the design and construction contract between Hawaiian Electric and Hart, where we were contracted by Hart to design and construct utility relocations. That included where you had conflicts, where the guideway and our circuit were crossing each other, but later included clearance issues to relocate where the clearances were too close. And so those contract amendments, the 2 of them were for one each for the WOOF section and then one for the KHG section for our contract. So apologies for not providing the base contract that goes along with it, but that's the contract that
So
that
you didn't do
amends.
the amendments until 2018?
Yes, from my recollection, it took us a while to really explore all the different options to the traditional relocation. So which included attaching attaching our circuits to the guideway. And I'll come back. I know you had a question about that, so I'll come back to that. It took us a significant amount of time working together to both together and independently vet those different options. We looked at a number of different alternative vehicles and ways to perform the construction and maintenance. And then once we kind of narrowed, right, when the studies were done in 2016 and 17, it then took us a while to then say, okay, now with these new capabilities, how does it affect the scope of the relocation work that we needed to do? And there was a lot of engineering that needed to happen so that we could make that determination, at least at that point in time, and incorporate those changes into the contract modifications that you saw there. And I think that was the bulk of the work and the bulk of the reason why it took time until 2018 to actually get the contract mod in place.
So 2018, you modify the contracts, okay? there is an agreement to purchase these trucks. And the representation made to this board or the prior board was that these trucks were going to resolve the problems regarding, you know, how we're going to do the maintenance on the lines, so to speak. So that was all agreed to, and the expenditure of these trucks, which were not cheap, but exactly what you said earlier, we were told, not cheap, but you know what? Cheaper than undergrounding, right? So we were told all of that. And what, in response to Anthony's question, which I was going to ask you too, which is, so how many times have you done it? And you guys haven't really done this? So when you say you're going to do maintenance on the lines, how often do you do maintenance on the lines? And it seems like you haven't had to do it, or you haven't done it with these trucks. And we agreed to the trucks in 2016. Why is that?
I can answer that.
Yes.
The trucks were purchased. Oh, I'm sorry. The trucks were purchased to give us the ability to do worst case as well as maintenance. Worst case is replacing a pole should
Right.
they fall down or require replacement because of life cycle or damage. If we didn't have those vehicles and the rail was there, we would not be able to have done this work, given our old fleet. So the trucks were purchased for that scenario. From a maintenance standpoint, we haven't to do any major maintenance on the first phase under Wolf and KHG. That's a relatively new line. So no major replacement of insulators and or conductor at this time. It was really to facilitate for future or when the requirement is to do a replacement or future maintenance.
So,
Now with
so
that said,
Rudy, let me interrupt you in
sure.
this. So, in this period of time, 2016 till today, and we've had these lines up. The lines preceded the rail, the guideway, right? Because I've never understood why. I'm sure we passed plans by you guys before, why you guys didn't speak up earlier about being too close to, for example, the Farrington Highway section. But anyway, that's beside the point. So now, so this is a long period of time, and you haven't required maintenance. And then you're here telling us why it's necessary for us to do it, but you haven't required maintenance all this time. So now we're looking at major expenditures for something that you haven't justified. The reason I say that is technology changes along the way. So how long, if we keep going this and we just say, we'll just wait and see, technology may change on the maintenance of these lines. And the other question I have is, who does the maintenance? And let me explain to you why. When I did the lawsuit against HECO on the CIP to Waiau, right? I learned about the gypsy linemen and how they come in and they do everything. It's not your employees that put up the poles, and it's not your employees that originally string those lines. They're mainland guys who come in, and we call them gypsy linemen. They do all of that. So I want to know, when you say these trucks are necessary to take down a pole or put up a pole, whatever it is, I understand that. But how much of that is being done by your people? How much of that is done by a contractor on the mainland that you're going to bring in, who may not need the kind of space you're talking about because, you know, they're gypsy linemen, so to speak. So that's what I'd like to understand from you, because it's troubling, especially when we know technology will change. How or why is it that you cannot help justify this $40 million expenditure that you're asking us to make? I mean, this is taxpayers' money. I know you guys are sort of different from us. This is taxpayers' money. Go ahead. Thank you.
Sure. Now, not to belabor, when we did construct that CIP to Waiau, our Hawaiian Electric did put the wire up. The poles were built by a contractor. The
because we didn't have, those were new type of foundations we were doing.
Yeah, they're
Uh,
peer.
so Pier
I
type.
understand that.
And so we opt to bid that. Another reason is resource constraint, but we did do all of the hardware and installations. Our maintenance is done for the most part, provided there's no resource constraint, is done by Hawaiian Electric employees. Now, the reason why, in terms of not having the equipment available, I cannot predict if we're gonna have a failure of an insulator or a replacement of a pole due to damage. Now, as the infrastructure, we do maintenance in terms of inspections to ensure the integrity of the system. But the concern here is if I don't have the right equipment to do the work when it is needed to be done at this point in time. And yes, I do agree in terms of technology, and we continually look at options to do maintenance or even work as they become available. But if anything was to happen now, the unforeseen, we would not have an ability if it was not for these vehicles that you folks have purchased for us.
So you have the vehicles, right?
We don't have them all because there's
Right.
a supply chain issue.
Right.
The ones that we do have, although we haven't used it there, we have practice on other parts of the system. So our people can be trained and get familiar. So when we do need to use it on this alignment here, we'll be prepared to do so.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Oh, and then
I did have a question. So far, we haven't used any of the trucks, but I understand we're buying 8 more. Do we need 8 more?
We have used them on different parts of the system. We haven't used it on this line for practice as well as use for our people. Now, in terms of what we've had ordered, it was really, let's say, a situation if no different in our own fleet. We have enough to make sure that if we have to do a total line replacement, which we do in different parts of the system, that these trucks will be available because it basically you station these trucks at various points of the alignment when we're doing a more larger scale replacement of conductors and or poles.
How many trucks will we have when all the trucks are delivered?
Yeah.
I think total there was
Across the different voltages, I think it's 15.
15 trucks?
Yeah. So
different types.
yeah. So one thing to keep in mind. So some of these trucks are very big, but they hold. I mean, the purpose for these trucks is to allow alignment to be up in the air, right? And the bucket that they're in will typically hold 1 or 2 linemen in one location. And so when we're performing work like reconductoring a section of a circuit, we need linemen, multiple linemen up there. There's a lot of weight, a lot of strength that's needed to perform the work. And if you're placing conductors within a section, you need linemen at different places, at different poles.
So the picture you had on the Nanakuli.
Yeah, the image that I try to forget, right? So you need multiple vehicles. Even though you're doing one activity, you may need multiple vehicles at each pole. And if you're doing things like reconductoring, you need trucks at multiple poles to perform that work. And we looked at different, we call it maintenance, but it's like replacing equipment or components type of activities that was used to come up with the need for the amount of trucks that we had.
Your capital expenditures have to go through PUC, right? Going forward, would you be reducing the number of other traditional trucks because you have these specialized ones? I assume the specialized ones could be used in multiple locations, not just in locations where there's a minimum clearance. So from the going forward, was that a consideration for, at least for the ratepayers?
Yeah, we took a look at how this would impact the rest of our bucket fleet. That area is not under me, so I can't tell you the specific amounts or calculations that were done. But we've had to, as the chair mentioned, right, this is a body of work that we've been working on for 10 years. In those 10 years, we've had a lot of older traditional bucket trucks that reached their end of life, and so we've been replacing them. But the pace that we've been replacing them, I can't say, how that's been affected by these specialized
And I'm just
vehicles.
speaking from my experience of buying $1 million buses, and basically it's the same type of thing for a fleet. And if you have extra fleet that you don't need, you have to park them, you got to maintain them. It's costly.
Yes.
So my question really was, that you're getting the specialized vehicles. I get that part, but it seemed to me it would have an impact on the rest of your fleet.
Yeah, our fleet folks question us, what is our needs, given that we have different capabilities. Now, with that said, unfortunately, with the supply chain, we're still waiting for some of the trucks. But yeah, as we evaluate our own fleets, our own truck existing equipment, we always look at, okay, to your point, Chair, is new technology, new available equipment that can make our jobs safer and more efficient. Constantly looking at that.
And the reason I asked is that Hart is buying all these trucks, even though if there's a potential that they would be replacing traditional trucks, then Hawaiian Electric is getting a major benefit from Hart.
Yeah, your point is taken.
Thank you.
Yes.
Chair, I'd also like to ask Laurie a question, but you may not want to answer, and if so, I'll understand. But I was saying earlier, you guys have to work as a team with HECO. I'm wondering if your team has been identifying value engineering solutions in some situations which conflict with what HECO is saying we should do. And if that's the case, to what extent we're actually seeing some flexibility in finding ways to save money for the taxpayers.
I'm probably not the right person to ask about value engineering, but I can tell you that there is frustration on both sides, dealing with each other. But what we've done recently, more on the nitty-gritty level, on day-to-day issues that we're dealing at Dillingham, especially, and even downtown, we're meeting with their managers every week now in person. We just started that this week. It used to be online. So on Tuesdays, Hart's whole team goes over to make it convenient for HECO's executives. And so there's about 20 of us in that room just working out every single issue. And I can tell you that they have allowed some variances that they normally wouldn't. Some is our contractor's fault. Something like letting water come into the trench, or HECO's inspectors weren't available and they ended up closing up the trench instead of us digging up and redoing work, which they could have done. And some of this stuff is from a year ago. We got approvals from them. So, but maybe on the value engineering side, I don't know if Matt or Vance might.
I'm aware of one, working with,
Talk about Southwire.
what was proposed to us was an alternate manufacturer for our specification. And we reviewed, the team went back and forth, and ultimately we felt that we could utilize, and it was a value engineered that the contractor offered, which will result in about probably over $6 million cost savings over the standard conductor we have specified. But going back to Laurie's point, the team does do a lot of back and forth. And there's been a lot of, in my experience, the last 3-4 years, there's been a lot of good work in terms of understanding the challenges and putting in variances that we mutually accept that is the best path. Now, one thing that we don't compromise on our side is safety, and any requirements mandated by code and so forth. But I feel the team have done a great job, not just for Hart, but even for our customers like KS on the Kokei easement requests. Again, we use those vehicles in the analysis. We were able to save an additional 10 feet on the easement, give back to Kamehameha schools, even maybe more, if depending what the frontage landscape area that we can give back to KS or minimize the impact to KS. So we're constantly looking at ways in working with HART and consider all options. We know that we're going to have to be successful as a team, yeah, and we know that moving forward, it's going to get more complex as we approach Ala Moana area, Kaka'ako area, and we are committed to work with the team and really make sure that we do provide the ability to value engineer, as you speak, and really look at all considerations.
Chair, if you don't mind, I just want to follow up on a question you asked. It didn't. Oh. Just want to follow up on a question you asked earlier that I didn't have a chance to respond to yet. So earlier it asked about, why can't we attach our circuits to or place it within the guideway? We actually looked at those options. There's a void in the guideway cross section, and so we looked at opportunities there. It is. Oh, you can get it. Oh. Yeah, no, it's a pretty. Yeah, so you're right. It is a pretty large void. When we looked at that, the conclusion was that I think there's either low voltage and/or communication wires that'll be placed in the void, for the train operation itself. If we were to place our high voltage cables in there, that would create noise and interference and induce voltage across those cables. And so that option, unfortunately, wasn't really viable for us.
Is that something that you can relook at? The reason why is, as you know, Mr. What's his name? Elon Musk is doing Starlinks, and he's doing all these different kinds of things, and everyone seems to be moving towards that. So what my problem is, it seems like we can, what you're talking about, and I'm not sure because this is going to be Rogers Culiano, as to when we talk about what kind of information they need. But it would seem like that is an amazing space. And as you know, when you underground 138 kVs, you can also do HPFF systems. So you could probably encase it in something. And the interesting thing to me is 12 kV lines are just usually buried. When you go into residential areas, it's not something that's done into a steel plate or anything like that. It's very different. And
it is now,
46
actually.
kVs, as you know, is in the middle of Kalanianaola Highway, has all of those wonderful pipes laid there already for when you need it. And so these things, to me, when you really think about how it is that we have, as a state, we have assisted Hawaiian Electric's needs, like Kalanianaola Highway, where you haven't used the 46 kV pipes yet, and every place else. You should, I'm trying to be tactful on this, you guys should be a lot more, I think, generous in terms of your understanding of when we are in this position and we're trying to save money of the taxpayers, and that you guys should really, seriously, we're not asking you to sacrifice safety. That's not any of our intent. And on top of that, Kika would go nuts if we sacrifice safety. So we're not asking you to sacrifice safety of your employees. But it is troubling when you guys haven't done anything. And I believe that when you're working on the trucks, you're working at specific poles. It's not like you're working on the whole line. You're working at specific poles, junctures. And you haven't had the need to do that. So we want to know, what is it when you're telling us that you need all of this? It's like when we go through, the reason why we get upset about easements is the easements are not necessarily, especially on Dillingham, they're to assist the rail system by moving whatever you may need, we're moving it to the little boxes to private property, we're buying it and we're giving it to you. But it's for the rest of your system, exactly like what you're using the trucks for. You're using the trucks for other things as well, not just HART. is not to work by the guideway. That's not what you're doing. And that's not something that we're asking you to do. Just use those trucks that taxpayers have bought for you, for the benefit of the rail, but you're using it, it becomes your property. You can use it whichever way you want to use it after that. So given that, it would seem that it behooves you guys to really start to ask the question, okay, what is it that you can do to help the taxpayers? Because Helping Heart is helping the taxpayers. We're building this with taxpayer money. Whether it's the GET, the TAT, federal money, whatever, it's taxpayers' money. So we're asking you to really seriously consider when you're giving our guys a bad time and not wanting to give, and then later on down the road you concede something, think about it. Think about it. Think about this agreement, for example, that you worked, 3 years to get an amendment? This is not acceptable. So I believe, unless somebody else says anything else, we will schedule you again.
Chair, I have
Because
a few questions.
I think that we need to have a meeting so that you can continue to then we can have this forced interaction, because that's the only way we will understand what it is that you're doing or not doing to make this project viable. Because we all know, you guys don't pay. The taxpayers pay for almost everything regarding Hawaiian Electric. And an issue that I still have, which we'll schedule for another, is why all of a sudden you don't need the 46 kV substation at Leeward Community College? And how does that tie into the brownouts? And how does that tie into StatComs? What is it? Just because you guys don't want to open a docket at the PUC? We want answers. And I think that we will schedule you again for an update, see whether or not we've got some kind of agreement on Firestone, for example. We appreciate the fact that you're willing to concede and we're willing to work together. But the sense I get is that unless you're forced to make a public report like this, we're going to lose time. We don't have time. We're in the last phases of this project. And we need your cooperation. We need you guys to play nicely in the sandbox. Yes, we do. But we also have you understand that there is a sandbox.
Yeah, understand, and be happy to return back before this board at your
really do
pleasure.
appreciate that.
I do want to say, though, just to make one correction. So this idea of doing a mock-up to test out ways to see if we can avoid or decrease the easement we might need in the Firestone building, this is something that we talked about with Lori and her team before this meeting here. This goes back.
And made it clear,
yeah.
because you couldn't come here and just tell us that you're doing it. And that's what we want to hear.
Yeah.
And that's what we appreciate.
And we're committed to do more of that, to look
Yes,
for
and
those
that's what we
more of
wanna
those
hear, that
opportunities.
You're committed to do more of that. And we do appreciate what great work you guys have agreed to do to date. But we're very concerned because we're coming to the tail end. Dillingham, we all know, is going to be a bear.
It's the hardest part.
It's the hardest part. And I can honestly tell you, Lori's predecessors were the ones who didn't believe when we said early on, you're going to have to do something about it. And they said, don't worry, we're not going to have to underground. Hiko already agreed with us. We're not going to have to underground. Yeah, right. Right, and when they had $70 million, I still remember that. $70 million.
Yeah.
So they have enough money, and I told them, you're lucky if you do it for $700 million. So, we're an interesting board. It's a hardworking board, a lot of diverse talent on this board. I'm probably the least talented, but we have a lot of people here who know what they're talking about. So we would like for you, because you are the 800-pound gorilla right now on this project. So we want the commitment from you. And I appreciate what you guys said. And I hope you understand that, you know, work with our people, get it to the point where we can come to an agreement and we can do stuff. But do not sacrifice safety. Whatever you do, we're not
Absolutely.
asking you to sacrifice safety, but we're also not asking you to adopt codes that don't need adopting or have not been adopted in Hawaii. Because I think the building department that hold the state, I think the state is beginning to look again at the whole code system, whether it's fire codes or whatever
The
else.
UBC.
And
Yeah.
they're gonna, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna look at it, exactly, because I follow that. So I know that they're gonna look at that again. So we want, and you know, you can go in there, and if your experience is that that particular code section isn't required, and it isn't as necessary as it may be in the mainland, wherever it is, then we would like you to speak up, because it makes Laurie's job and our team's job a lot easier. But so we do appreciate it, and we'll let you know through Laurie when you want to follow. Yes.
Chair, I have a couple
Natalie.
questions.
Oh, wait a minute. Natalie first, then you, Kika.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple very short questions. Just clarification, you said at the end of all this, you'll have 15 trucks. And I guess initially it was planned to have 9 at a cost of 4.7 million. So is the plan to have 15? Is that?
Yeah, I think you're referring to one of the studies. There's actually 2 studies and
So
2.
these should be added together.
Yeah.
Okay, so the plan is to have 15 at a total cost of, what is the total cost going to be, 40 million?
About the trucks.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the current cost
I think
estimate
it
was.
10 million or something
120 million for the.
for,
I know the estimate has changed over time. Yeah.
This is it's about 20 million. And then 3.6 million for the for sure.
Okay, so how many do we have currently on island?
we have half.
About half of them.
About 7, not 7
Seven.
and
We'll be in trouble if we have 7.5.
And how much has Hart spent on those vehicles?
So 3.2 plus potential 7.2 million.
Okay, thank you, Chair. That was it. I was
Thank
just
you.
curious on the
Kika?
money.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So, you know, before I ask the questions, I just want to, you know, state out of an abundance of caution that, and for full disclosure, that the organization that I employed by does work with HECO. I just want to state that for the record. But I did want to make a few points in clarification. So, you know, Colton or Rudy, the NESC, which is the National Electrical Safety Code, that is regulated by the PUC. Is that correct?
We're mandated to use the code. In fact, we had to shift from our geo code to NESC Natural Electric Safety Code as required by the PUC.
Right. So I guess that was my point, that it's mandated through the PUC that you folks follow the codes and standards that are provided in the NESC.
That's correct. And then also any OSHA safety that always reflect or reference NESC for clearances and so forth.
Yeah, and so it's not like it's an arbitrary decision that you guys are making in these areas that are covered by these codes. I also wanted to add that, you know, based on some of the discussion, regardless of what the governor's executive orders have done to either suspend or the State Building Code Council, the way the statute is written, the codes are now automatically adopted with or without action or amendment by the state and or by the county. So it hasn't suspended the codes and the requirement that we follow these codes. It's merely now just created a situation where they're automatically adopted without amendments that would allow us to put in geographical exceptions like wind and all that kind of data specific to geographical areas. So just to clarify that. But I also wanted to I think Natalie kind of hit on some of the points that I was going to ask about the trucks as far as how much we currently have and how much we're expecting. Do we need the full 15 trucks at this point?
The way we modeled that, what the needs was, to Colton's point, was a scenario where if we had to replace conductors on multiple poles, the number of vehicles requested for the 138 as well as for the 46 was to be able to manage that work under that scenario.
Okay, and I just wanted to clarify for my knowledge that if I heard you correctly, Colton, the Firestone issue, you folks are not asking to shave any physical part of the structure. You're merely asking for an easement to regulate what is done going forward by the property owner. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that is correct. That's been our efforts to date to see if the landowner will ultimately sign off on an easement that would limit what they do on top of the building, and for that to apply for a period of time, because the landowner initially had indicated that they had plans for redevelopment of that space and that the building will be torn down after a period of time. So the easement, the discussions we had about the easement was to restrict access of use of that building, not build stuff or place things on the top of the building. And then when the building is demolished for property redevelopment, that area remain clear so that there wouldn't be some new structure built in that area within the swing.
Could I add though,
Okay,
Kamehameha
so-
Schools is fine with that. It's the liability that you
Correct.
folks are asking. HECO is very conservative, so it's the indemnity that HECO is asking Kamehameha Schools to give. Well, they will not. And so the alternative was hard to grant it, but talking to Corporation Council, we cannot. We don't
Either.
own the property, we don't own the facility. So that's where we're stuck at. So yes,
Well-
Colton is correct. It's the liability that's.
And then most recently, so all the prior discussions was for this to be a period of time. Most recently, the landowner said that they can't commit to the period of time. So this would be an issue that potentially could last longer.
It could, and so what Kamehameha Schools and HECO has agreed to is that the reason the 10 years came up originally, because the lease expires, I think, in about 7 years. That was a curveball. One of our last meetings we had at the executive level with Kamehameha Schools and HECO that, well, we were not willing to commit to the 10 years. So what we have agreed to is at the 10-year mark, let's reconvene and discuss. But it really is boiling down to the indemnity part.
Yeah, I guess the point I kind of wanted to kind of clarify and really, so that, because I think there may be some misunderstanding that the easement request is asking that the property owner physically shave part of the structure or remove part of the structure. And I just wanted to clarify that's not the case.
Well, but Kika,
So-
if we cannot agree on the indemnity, that is either the recourse is cut the 3 feet or underground.
Okay, so that brings me to my next
Okay.
question. So we're talking about the trucks. The trucks kind of is an alternative to, what is the alternative if we don't get the 15 trucks that you guys that Hart and HECO has agreed to? What is the alternative? Is it to underground?
Without the trucks, we would have to revert back to the requirement of
It's without the easement.
I'm sorry.
Like if without the easement. Without the easement.
Oh, on the particular Firestone.
Well, I'm saying in general.
In general?
The discussion is about the cost of the trucks.
Right.
Yeah.
And that we're fiduciarily responsible for responsible use of taxpayer dollars. So if we didn't have the 15 trucks to maintain the lines above ground, what would the alternative be? Would it be to underground the line?
at this point in time, if we couldn't manage the work at the 35 feet without the trucks, that would probably be a consideration.
Yeah, Kika, I think it'll come down to either undergrounding that circuit, just general statement, right? Undergrounding the circuit if we don't have the vehicles to work in tighter clearances, or we'll have to look at options like, can the circuit be moved a block Mauka or block Mackay and stay overhead that way? Those are the traditional options that we looked at in Wolf and KHG initially. And we did a little bit of that early on, but by and large, the specialized vehicles really reduced the amount of that we needed to do. But that's really the alternative.
Well, I guess that's my point. I mean, the fact that we're going down this road with the vehicles is actually trying to save the taxpayers money. And without knowing the figures, the exact figures, I'm not sure if you guys have them, if you guys had done a study, but these alternatives, these other alternatives that we would need to consider if we didn't have the trucks or the easements, I'm assuming would be a lot more expensive than the cost of the trucks themselves. Is that correct?
That's correct. And,
Yeah.
and for the first segment, it's approximately $80-90 million was saved that we could leave majority of the infrastructure above ground.
Hart's estimate was $150 million of net savings, Kika, by reducing the amount of undergrounding and relocating that was needed. And that's net of the cost of the trucks.
I think that's important for the board to consider when we're talking about the cost of the 15 trucks. The cost of the 15 trucks it was intended to mitigate additional costs of the alternatives if we don't have the truck. So I kind of wanted just to make sure that we got that point home. And the last comment I just want to make is, I know there was a comment made about, we don't want to risk the safety of employees, workers on the project, not just HECO workers, all workers in the project, as well as the public safety. This does have implications on public safety as well when we're talking about 138 kV lines in public easements. But I hope it's not just Kika going nuts. I hope it's not just Kika going nuts. I hope it's the entire board that will go nuts and take worker safety and public safety as the primary interest. That we shouldn't be compromising any kind of safety for costs. We cannot put a price tag on safety. If somebody gets hurt, there's no price tag on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kika. First of all, I don't believe that we had an issue on the expenditure on the trucks, but I just want to make that clear. And I think, earlier I did say exactly the same thing, which is that public safety and the people's safety, especially employee safeties who are working on the lines, were not to be sacrificed, and that's why Rudy is agreeing. So with that, anyone else have any, Anthony?
One last comment, Chair. A couple of years ago, a major bridge burned down on the I-95 freeway that goes down the eastern seaboard of the United States. A tanker truck crashed into it, the whole thing caught fire. One of the major thoroughfares in the entire nation. And the engineers said, it looks like it's going to take 18 months to get this bridge back in operation. They had a temporary structure up within 6 weeks. They didn't violate any safety codes that I'm aware of, didn't violate any building codes, but they did find ways to move fast while respecting the safety of the workers and respecting the safety of the public. And what I'm asking is if we can ensure that HECO will respond to each of these issues with that same kind of mentality, not compromising safety, but finding a better and cheaper way to solve each and every one of these problems, because we bought the trucks at vast expenses we've just discussed, and you're telling us they only take care of 90% of the problem. Okay, how do we deal with that last 10%? And does it really have to cost us 40 to 50 million bucks, which is what we've been told? And so my plea is for HECO to go above and beyond in trying to find ways with our team to minimize costs without risking safety. Thank you, Chair.
Yep. I'm not sure if that was a question, but if it was, yes, you have our commitment to do that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Art, do you have anything? No?
No, I
Okay.
don't, but, very interesting.
Okay, so be prepared. We will ask you back, and we hope to have an update. And I'm also interested in the next time that you're back for an explanation. You gave us a nice explanation on the history of the trucks. I'd like to understand the 46 kV substation, and also how that's impacting the Pearl City area, if it's impacting them at all. And we're having the complaints about brownouts. And in addition to that, also StatComs, which we had discussions about earlier. So with that,
Just to confirm.
Yes.
This is the Ka'ahi substation that was proposed to be built for.
Right.
Okay.
because that was, I hate to put it bluntly, but that was on your dime, not on our dime. It seems like everything that's on your dime manages to disappear, but everything on our dime is always there. But anyway, those are my comments. So thank you very much, and we look forward. Thank you very much for this briefing. Thank you for working with our staff. It's very important to us, and we look forward to having another update from you. Thank you. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Okay, members, that was item number 4. Is there anyone who wished to have testified on item number 4 after this testimony? Seems like not. We're going to move to, does the executive officer want to do an update on 3, though we don't have anything? Executive
I'll just
officers,
mention-
director, sorry, update, but there's nothing listed.
I'm sorry, Chair. Just a few things. We will be presenting our fiscal year 26 budget in the next meeting to you folks. I'll be doing Spotlight on September 24th live, so just so that you folks are not blindsided. And then the week of October 8th, FTA will be here. So there's a lot of things we need to update them on. So just those 3. Thank you,
Okay.
Chair.
Before I ask for any questions, anyone here to testify on agenda item number 3? Nothing, okay. So with that, members, do you have any questions of the executive director? No? Thank you very much. We're going to move to agenda item number 5, which is the monthly update on critical position recruitment, which is Sandy. Anyone here to testify on agenda item number 5? Seeing none and hearing none. Sandy? Go ahead, Sandy.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So since the last meeting, we've updated this report, and we currently have a total of 22 open positions. We've added a few positions since the last time that we met, and we've also updated the roster of all of our budgeted and unbudgeted funded and unfunded positions. So I'll go through the first page of the report here and give a summary of all of the positions.
Okay.
So we currently have 6 tentative employment offers that have been made. Those 6 offers are represent line number 7, accountant, line 12, information specialist, line 13, information specialist, line 14, business systems manager, line 15, data processing systems analyst, and line 20, civil engineer 3. For the remaining positions, we are working to fill all of those positions. We currently have on-site interviews and have been in the process of completing phone interviews for many of those positions. Going to, and we've updated the blue section and the pink section, which is the funded and unfunded positions. And we currently have a total count of about 96 versus the 98 that we had. We've scrubbed a couple of positions from the listing.
That's it?
That's it.
Members, any questions of Sandy? Questions? No?
Chair?
Yes.
I'm not sure if this is a question for Sandy or for Laurie. I think we're still on track to lose the fabulous Rick at the end of the year. And so I'm wondering, what work is being done to find another number two?
Sure, that's a good question. The person that is interested in coming over, we're setting up a lunch. Now that I have the contract in place for myself, just talked to him 2 days ago and says, yes, please, if we could set up a lunch between myself, Rick, and him to have further discussions. But the goal is to not lose Rick. Right? But that's the status.
Thanks, Chair.
Anyone else? Any other questions of Sandy? No? Sandy, I just want clarification. So according to this, we have 39 active employees.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So is that the usual, which is your 6 exempt and 2 whatchamacallit, 90 wonders, as I call them, and then of course you have the personal service contracts.
31, yes.
31 personal service contracts. Okay, so the people that we're offering positions to that you identified, they would be city employees, personal service contracts.
Correct.
Okay. I noticed that we still have the major positions still open, which would be, I don't even see it anymore. Director of Finance, do we have that?
Yeah.
That's line number 5.
Okay.
Discussing
Oh,
with-
Chief Financial
Yeah,
Officer,
discussing with
Director of
Rick,
Finance.
this person that would come in to take his place has that qualification, so there would not need to be, that's why we uncolored it as a priority.
Okay, so what you're saying is the person who you're gonna speak to take over Rick's position would also be Director of Finance?
Yes. Yes.
How about Human Resources?
We have 2 candidates, and we are going to bring them in for interviews.
Okay. There will be the Director of Human Resources?
No, we're looking, so there's a range that we have of human resources, 1,
Right.
2, yep.
Yeah.
So those are more entry level.
That's
to
what I thought.
Intermediate type roles.
You're not Director of Finance, of Human Services, are you? Right?
No.
How about the position of ASO? Have we filled that yet?
No, that's currently, I think, considered to be an unfunded position, I believe.
And what about how about the procurement and contract manager? It says potential candidate.
Yes, we have a potential candidate, so we tried to reach out to that candidate, but we have not been successful, so we're continuing to try.
Okay. I'm just trying to see how close we are to replacing Dean Hazama. Those are all of his
Actually,
positions.
that person that I'm looking at, that's the same thing. So it's finance and it's administrative, so
Okay.
he can do both.
All right.
Chair, can I just ask?
Yes.
So how many staff do we have to do a big staffing up for the CCGS? Is there?
We do need, not a big staffing up, but we do need to, maybe, might be Matter Vance. Vance, come on up and explain what our plan is for CCGS. Thank you, Sandy.
Vansuda Hart, Project Director. So the plan is we have the CCUR staff that we currently have. Some of those individuals were part of the AGS team or previous civil team that oversaw whether it was guideway or stations construction. They're currently on the CCUR team. CCUR, is going to wind down. We're already transitioning certain individuals from the CCUR3 team as that's winding down, and they'll fill the pukas or the gaps in the CCGS team that we are currently staffing up. There are some other pukas that we need to fill that we are currently looking for, so there will be additional staff.
So you're actively recruiting for those people as well?
Yes.
As you know, I'm genuinely concerned about the Heart team being overworked. So I'm sure you are too. I'm sure you would like some assistance in there. Has the labor market, or should I say the recruiting, does it seem to have eased a little bit? Because nationally they're talking about the situation getting a bit better.
Yeah, we've actually seen a few more applicants, especially for like the design construction director, some of the other project management positions. So we've been receiving more interest.
I just point out that there, according to news reports, there are 1,400 non-union workers at Hawaiian Airlines that will have their employment in somewhat jeopardy. It might be a good time to reach out to Hawaiian to see if there were efforts by management to place people that were qualified in project management or those types of things.
I thought it was going to be like when Continental got bought out by United. It's a 5-year, sort of like a stay.
Non-union.
My understanding is the non-union employees, some will be, according to the news reports, some will be offered jobs in Seattle, and assuming that some will have them here, but my understanding is a lot will be at jeopardy.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Not? Thank you very much to, oh, where did she go? Sandy and you.
Back to work.
Okay.
I don't want to waste my time talking to these board people.
Okay, agenda item number 6, which is eminent domain. This is Krista. This is an update. Anyone here to testify on agenda item number 6? None online. Okay, Krista, I think if I recall correctly, that you're supposed to just update us on these two, because I think we authorized it contingent upon your updates.
That's correct. It's just an update.
Right.
Not a request for approval. The first matter is the Coloma easement that we did talk about.
Oh, by the way, I just want to be sure, we don't need to go into executive session on any of your updates, right?
I don't think so. It depends on what questions the board has.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So the matter that was before you that brought up the conversation about the HECO trucks and whatnot, that was Coloma. After the board meeting, they did contact us and have indicated that they'd like to settle. So at this time, we are deferring our request for eminent domain approval. So that would be my update for that one.
That's 6.
That is 6A, yes. Any questions on that one?
That's good. That's the one that they called. She called? Was she
No,
the one?
so the next one is the one that she called in, and that's, we talked with Ms. Raposa. The board did allow us to proceed with the condemnation, so we have filed condemnation, but we've also done what was asked, had more conversations with the engineers about whether or not we could move that easement. Unfortunately, it's just determined that it's in the best spot possible, and that is on the villa property. So with that, we did proceed. We've been in contact with Ms. Raposa. She's aware that we're not moving the easement, and we've talked to her about possibly getting a counter offer from her on our valuation. So that's where we are at with that.
Thank you. Any questions from anyone on either item A or B, which are the updates? So you will continue to give us updates on B in particular. I think you're going to get a counter offer from her?
We hope so.
Okay.
We hope so.
It's not something you have to do every month. Just when there's something that happens on A or B, if you settle it, just let us know, because it's something that we basically flag.
I will do that.
Anyone else? Anyone else? No. Thank you very much, Krista.
Thank you very much.
Okay, agenda item number 7, which is risk refresh. Van Suda and Corey Ellis. First, do we need to go into executive session on this? Do you know? Do you feel? No? Okay. Let's go ahead, whoever's going to take the lead. First of all, anyone here to testify on the risk refresh? Seeing none, hearing none? Okay, proceed, whichever one of you. You can jump and pull if you want.
So, well, I guess for clarity now, I don't see anything on the board. I don't know if there was a document that was distributed publicly, or do you want me to just go overall?
We don't have a document.
We don't have a document. My understanding, and that's the reason why I asked you for whether or not you needed to go into executive session, because my understanding is there are portions of that document that you guys didn't want revealed. So that's why it was held off. Is that correct?
Yes. Just want to make sure there was nothing, so I'll just
So you
speak
can-
overarching.
So we can't see the document unless we do go into executive session, right? Because if you produce a document now, everybody has to see it, the public.
Well, you can't go into executive session because it's not agendized.
It's not agendized, right?
Well, risk refresh is agendized, right?
Risk refresh is
There's
agendized.
no document that was agendized.
But what are we talking about? If there's nothing to look at.
Well, risk refresh, remember we had a pig on the risk refresh?
Oh, is
And
that
the-
on the report? Okay.
No, there's no report. There's nothing on it. But my understanding was, and I think at the last board meeting, we asked, I think I asked Vance, can you produce this report for us now? Because CCGS has been basically awarded. Because I think the risk refresh, and I'm doing this from memory, the risk refresh was sensitive while CCGS, the bids were out and it was still pending. So I think the risk refresh was actually done in March or April of this year. And the board has never seen it, and the pig has never seen it. And I thought we would, because of our conversation the last time, that we would see it now. But my understanding is we still can't see it because there's stuff in it that you guys want, it's sensitive. So it's not posted, and it's not, and I don't know what it says because it was never given to the pig either. So, I don't know.
Quite sure. We sent it to you folks. We didn't, you don't.
Yeah,
you don't have
you
it?
sent it, but we were asked not to. The board didn't get it because the rest of the board didn't get it because if the rest of the board gets it, then everybody gets it. And you didn't want it made public.
Yes, I did receive it from Vance, but, with the understanding that, well, I contacted him, I said, that if we provide it to the board, then we will have to post it, and there was some concern about the sensitivity of some of the information in it. So, I'm waiting I've held off on posting it until those got, until that can be resolved.
So we don't want to jeopardize whatever your positioning is on this, and I'm not sure what part of it is sensitive, but I guess we can proceed whichever way. One way is you excise out what you think is sensitive, which is going to tell everybody that that's sensitive. That's the odd part about when you actually call attention to it. Or you guys internally make a decision that it's no longer sensitive and we can get briefed on this the next, I think when this was agendized, we didn't know that the report was going to be sort of pulled back. Is that right?
Correct.
Just a point of clarification, can we go into executive session if we've not agendized that we might go into executive session?
Correct, we cannot go into executive session. There is an exception if there's something truly unexpected or an emergency, but I don't think that would apply here. I would also note that because there is a risk refresh PIG, I mean, the other option is to let the PIG finish its work and then come to the board and maybe take
Because
care
we
of.
haven't reported yet, so it's still alive.
No, it's still alive. It's still alive, but then when the last meeting, we didn't think that the pig was necessary because the representation was that we, the board, could get the document. But now that it's still sensitive, I think we have to backtrack on it. So members, I think what we will do is we'll go into risk, we'll have the pig. Would you feel more comfortable doing that?
Yep,
And
definitely.
then the pig could then do the report and determine what should be sensitive and what shouldn't, right?
Yeah, we can do
Would
that.
Would that, Laurie, is that okay with you? That seems to be the logical resolution to this, and we can do that, right? Okay, so members, sorry, but that's the way we're gonna proceed.
Sure, could I
Yes,
make a comment?
sure.
You know, I know the risk refresh been done for many months, and I know that the board is not privy to the information that's in there. But I think by not having that information, especially when the Hart staff is not updating the financial statements on a monthly basis, especially the projections. And I think we talked about this before. You know, take for example, Van's comment, just, I don't know, on the last item, agenda item, that he says, with respect to positions, we are moving CCUR downtown, some of the staff to CCGS because CCUR is winding down the downtown portion. But if you look at the financial statement that you all prepare, it tells a different story because for the next, I don't know how many months, we are projecting to spend $18 million a month. And if you take a look at the total contract for CCUR downtown compared to what we already paid out, the story doesn't jive with the statement that CCUR downtown is winding down. I don't know what winding down means, but just looking at the numbers, it's not winding down. In fact, most of the expenditures is projected to be spent in the next 7 months or so. So either what you're saying is true, if it is, then someone has to make some kind of revision in the projection. Because as of now, the story is totally different from what you say and the public document that you submit. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I think this is in line with when we were going over the monthly progress report. Remember that?
Mhm.
And then of course, I'm always looking at the GET, and then none of it jived. And you guys did say at that point that they needed to update the monthly progress report. But they were waiting till CCGS was let. CCGS is let now. So with that, members, I am going to defer this matter. I think I'm on the risk refresh pig, right? Because it was Michelle. So we will call a risk refresh pig, and then we will receive the report, see what the sensitivity is, and then decide how to proceed accordingly. Okay, thank you. Chair's discretion on that. Thank you, guys. Okay. Agenda item number 7, summary of board members' requests made at the September 20, 2024 Board of Directors meeting. Anyone here to testify on that? Nope. Cindy, it's yours.
There was a follow-up item, request for HECO to return and provide an update on items like the StatCom and the 46 kV, was it the substation?
Yeah.
Substation. And the only other item I have is for Krista to return and update on the Raposa eminent domain matter.
Yeah, when I made that request, I said she doesn't have to do it next month. It's when she has something to report to us. And it's the HECO request. It's not only on that was my specific request, but they are to come back and give us a report on how they're doing on, for example, Firestone and all these other issues that we have. We just want to be sure that they are following up with our staff, and we don't have any snafus. We have a short timeline till the end of this project. Once we start getting into CCGS territory, there is a concern. So that to clarify.
So Chair, did you have a timeline that you wanted for this?
No, I'm gonna leave that up to Laurie and the staff as to how they feel that it's going, and if they can just let us know. So we'll tentatively have it scheduled, but before we note the next agenda, we'll know whether we'll go forward with it or not. Okay? Is anything else? Anyone else had a request? Yes.
Yes, I'd like to request, I was curious just to request or ask Lori for clarification on when the monthly project management report is released. I noticed that August is not on the website yet. Is that correct?
Join the club.
Are you looking for PMOC or our one?
The monthly one, just the monthly
The
one.
Heart one or the PMOC one?
The Heart one.
We go by the end of the month, so August.
That won't release until the end of September?
No, end of August. So we're working on that now, Vance. Yeah.
And is that the one that you'll provide the redlined copy? Yes. Okay, thank you.
I think that one comes out with the next POC meeting. So, Kika, have you gone on the POC? Are you going to move it to more towards the middle of the month, or are you still going to keep your POC at the beginning of the month?
Haven't figured that out yet, Chair.
Okay, because I think finance is moving towards the end of the month. Well, basically the same time with the board meeting. Okay, just let us know, well, you'll let Cindy know when you're gonna do that. It'll come out with at his committee. Anyone else? Yes.
Yeah, I was just wondering, now that we have a full board again, will we be doing the committees and that assigning those roles at our next regular board meeting? Is that?
Well, no, I think the next regular board members meeting, we have to elect the chair. We haven't really had an election, so we're gonna have to do that, and then the chair will, and that's why I think Lisa requested to be on certain committees. But I said, well, why don't we wait till we have the chair for the remainder of this fiscal year?
Okay, so it'd be a month after that.
Yeah, October. Or actually, I believe that Cindy will be sending out a request to everyone as to what you want to serve on, what chairs, roles you want, who wants to be chair, who wants to be vice chair, and then we should get a pretty good feel, and hopefully we'll be able to move on it by October or shortly thereafter. Anyone else? Not? Thank you very much. And members, that brings us to the end. No one else to make comments on the summary of the board members' requests. So with that, I believe we hit everything. So this board meeting is adjourned. You want a 5-minute recess?
Yes.
Okay,
for the finance committee.
5-minute recess before we come back for finance. Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
And you, government affairs. Both of you. Thank you.
I'm going to let Robert chat.
Hi, good morning. It's 10:58, and I'm going to call the finance. Today is going to be a joint finance committee and government affairs committee is a joint meeting today. So I will call the roll for the finance committee members, and I will let Chair Anthony call roll for the government affairs committee members. So Kika Bukowski.
Present.
Roger Morton.
Present.
And Arthur Tolentino is excused. And I want to acknowledge board member Lisa Baker. She's sitting in, I guess, both committee meetings, and Natalie Iwasa is another board member sitting both committee meetings, and also Chair Hanabusa is also here for both of the committee meetings. And I'll turn it over to Chair Alto for the roll.
Thanks, Robert. Formality's sake, I'll take the roll. Ed Sniffen is excused, and Roger Morton, you're still here.
Still here.
And I'm here. And so our committee's core at the moment.
Okay,
I'll hand it over to you, Robert.
Thank you. Do we have anyone in the public, in person or online, to testify on any of the agenda items? Okay, hearing none. Let's go to agenda item number 3 in the Finance Committee, July and August cash flow report and financial update. Go ahead, Richard.
Good morning, everyone. Richard Oshiro, Deputy Director of Budget and Finance. Welcome, Lisa Baker, to the board. Thank you all for your service and your time. I will go through probably just August for now. July is a little stale. If you have any questions on July, I'll certainly entertain those as well. But when we go through August actual, I'll just start at the top line and work my way down for large summary items. GET came in much more favorable than what was projected in the recovery plan. Recovery plan number was 75 million. It actually came in at 83.5. So 8 million favorable, let's call it. Transit Accommodations Tax, TAT, actually came in to budget at $19.3 million. Good news here in this particular month, the city subsidy was actually forecasted towards the end of this fiscal year. That dollar amount was actually received this month as well. So instead of being towards the back end of this calendar period, it was actually done during the month of August. So we thank BFS for sending the $10 million early. And then as per usual, I don't normally forecast this, but this $2.4 million of interest income as well as lease income. I'm going down through expenses. I do note one thing that is missing from here, because the next subject matter that we talk about, which is the budget, I needed to actually freeze the cash flow forecast for the year between 25 and 26. So Corey was good enough to give me his forecast. I couldn't put that in without keeping numbers bouncing back and forth between fiscal periods. So next month, when I do the forecast, whatever Corey sent me will get updated into the September forecast, and then I'll do September actual, basically in a week and a half. So I apologize for that, but I'll continue to speak through some of the numbers for August. AGS came in at 268. There was nothing else. There's a forecast for no receipt in CCUR for either downtown or Dillingham. However, I did look at Unifier to see what is being processed currently, and I do see that there are multiple pay apps for both contractors. So those numbers that you see for September, the 18 and the 14, is actually a little soft. So it will be higher. And once again, I'll put that in Corey's forecast, and then of course I'll update September actual in a couple weeks. I do also note that CCURE also
Richard,
had.
could I stop you
Sure,
for one
go ahead.
second? Are you saying that the August projected of 18 million for CCUR3 and CCUR4 of 15 million for both August and September, those are soft numbers?
The September forecast as published in this report is soft.
Okay.
So September is basically, you're gonna see the doubling up. So it'll be August number plus September.
Oh, yeah, because you haven't paid anything in
Correct.
August,
And
of course.
That's a function of timing,
Yeah,
of course.
no, I understand. Okay, I just want to make sure I understand
that's a
what
good
you just
question.
said.
Thank you. And where was I? CCURE will come in with a number as opposed to it being negative. I believe it was $6 million. Something to that effect. Remember CCURE? Yeah, about 6. Okay. So you'll see that, Robert, in next month's reports. There are 2 more large items. The next one down is actually in final design. FD 530, which is actually the design contract for CCUR's work area. The $2.2 million that you see posted for cash activity in August is actually multiple payouts from the period, I believe.
This is my fault. I was sitting on their invoices for several months. I was questioning some of their charges and their rate increases for some of their staff. So I sat on it. So that's why it's all I came in all at 1 month.
Correct. So previously, when it was all zero, this is a true 2.1 million. And the only other large doubling basically is for safety and security consultant. It came in at 303,000 when we forecasted at 70, but once again, that is also posting of 2 payouts for May and June of this year. I think the last area of note is our TPAR group. They're busy in the CCUR area. Almost all their transactions were done as cash settlement inside the CCUR work scope. So either in Dillingham area or someplace downtown, and there was 1 settlement done for Pearl Highlands area. Let's see. Other than that, that's it for the monthly. And then of course, anything that flows over into the annual. I really didn't have to push anything from one year to the next because we just started FY25. So as Corey gives me his forecast, we'll do rolling wave forecasting and we'll update the next quarter, let's call it. Yeah, we'll only see that spillover, so to speak, between fiscal years when we get closer to the end in Q4. Other than that, the plus minus for the month was $17 million use of cash towards the end of the project in FY31.
Okay.
Anybody have any questions?
Members? Any questions? Go ahead, Natalie.
I'm sorry, Richard, where did you say?
You're not on air.
The 17 million net use.
Fall of use. Yeah, so
where are you
the
talking?
flow itself, I mean, I'm just looking at the last number. So if you go to FY on the annual schedule, I'm sorry. The ending cash balance of 611. Last month it was 17 million higher. Yeah, sorry. I shouldn't be that clear.
Thank you for that clarification.
Of course.
Any other questions, member? Go ahead, Roger.
Richard, when do you expect the next tranche of FTA funding?
That's a very good question. So I actually, we awarded CCGS, right? I put in a placeholder application into TRAMS already, specifically for the 250. If for no other reason, it puts a placeholder in before they close the fiscal period, TRAMS actually will shut down on Monday, which means I lose Monday basically because they're 6 hours ahead of us. So at least the placeholder's in for now.
We did our regular debrief with the congressional leaders, and Schatz's staff said, you need to get this in now because of the system shutting down on Monday. And so I reached out to Ray Tellez late last night because FTA headquarters is telling us, and that's why Richard was scrambling to get that in. So you folks will be affected because you help us with that, right?
Yeah.
So I let Ray know that, hey, this is a hot topic because your system closes on Monday.
Right.
And he goes, we're pushing, but.
Do we need to do anything, Richard? You getting all the help you need?
At this point, there won't be anything we can do after Monday.
I know.
However.
But I mean, like the rest of today?
Yeah. I think in the back end, when they go dark for the next month, let's call it.
Yeah.
I can still review CCGS, the RFP schedule, right, for cost and schedule, and then at least go through the SEC codes and build what the spend is going to be that we're going to apply for. So when I put in the application, I'll do it in Excel and Word first, and then over the next month or so, I'll be just doing some wordsmithing, and then when the system reopens, I'll have to repopulate the current application sitting in TRAMS. So I won't be sitting down and doing nothing and then rushing in the 11th hour, but there's still a whole bunch of work to be done.
We really would like to get that before the change of administration.
Yeah, I think that's the key, is to get that done ideally before January, right? Yeah.
So it's on the cash flow for November receipt for the first tranche of 125. And then, depending on how CCGS goes with regard to how they put in the pay apps, I should be able to pull down another 125, let's call it before January, to be prudent.
Any other questions, members? So go ahead.
So just to clarify, maths was never my strong subject, but you're projecting 813 million in expenditure for 2025, and we have a cash balance of 611. So we need that 250 million from the FTA, right? Otherwise, we have to go out and borrow. Is that boiling it down to its essentials? Is that what we're saying?
Are you, Anthony, are you looking at the monthly or are you looking at the?
I was looking at the annual, actually, but I'm just trying to get a sense of how urgent that 250 from the FTA is.
Well, we always would like the money sooner rather than.
Obviously, but if we're committed to making expenditures and we don't have money, then we have to borrow it.
We actually have a sizable cash balance right now.
Right.
But I do believe, God willing, if CCGS goes gangbusters, the burn rate for the month, every month going forward until the project actually starts to slow down production curve wise, is going to be someplace between $50 to $80 million a month. And this is project wide. So to your point, can we burn through $250 million? It's possible to do in a quarter, or even if they move at a slower clip, you're talking about them going through a chunk of money that large in 6 months, 6 to 8 months, and they'll burn right through it. So GET is very important. TET is very important. And of course, our partners at the city subsidy, even though they send it only once a year, everything helps. And of course, any money that comes from HDOT via Flex and 5307 funding is always helpful. Good question.
Thanks.
Any other questions, member? So I have a couple.
Sure.
I have a couple questions. Richard, since you just brought up, so before I forget to ask, you said CCGS, the burn rate may be 80 or 80 some odd million a month.
The whole project. I mean, I'm talking from.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
How much labor do you think is involved for us to have to pay 80 million a month?
That's a good question. You're talking about professional services.
No, I'm just talking about if if you think the forecast may be 80 million a month, right? That's almost $1 billion a year, right? Is there going to be enough labor for you to spend almost $1 billion a year on the, for the work, right? I mean, that always comes into play.
Sure.
You could project, you could spend all you want.
Sure.
But do you have the labor out there for you to pay all that? So how many people do you think?
That's a good question and an operational one.
Well, those are some of the things that we kind of look at from a financial standpoint.
Sure.
You could have whatever projection you want. So these are some of the things that we hope in the finance committee we evaluate whether some of the projections are reasonable and is doable or not. So, what I know you and Corey and Vance are going to redo the projections for the entire project, and I hope after you take a look at the projections that not all the projections are on a straight line. I mean, that's, hate to say it, that's very elementary. You take the total cost divided by 12, but it doesn't work like that. The progress of the project is not a straight line, project. So anyway, I know you all gonna look at your projections after the FTA approves whatever they have to approve, right? Couple other things. For CCUR downtown, I know you guys broke out the utility portion, right? And I think you're gonna add in the not utility, the electrical portion for CCUR 3, right? And do you think you'll have a chance to add it in by the next financial. So I'm looking at, I see CCUR 3 downtown, 4 Dillingham, and 4 electrical Dillingham. But isn't this the bifurcation in downtown and not Dillingham, or is it Dillingham as well?
It's Dillingham. Yeah,
It's not downtown.
there was a change order given to 3 for the e-work, but it's not a separate contract. It's maintained under the same downtown.
Okay, so the CCUR downtown is a change order.
The electrical portion.
The electrical
Yes.
portion. Okay, cool. Couple other things. Oh, okay. I think that's it for me.
Could I?
Because it's very hard to evaluate a financial when everything is on a straight line, right?
Wants to speak to, I think Robert mentioned 80 million a month on CCGS. I think what he's alluded to, the first couple of months, we do have some higher lump sum payments that is going to come to the contractor. After that, it's going to kind of fall back to a normal bell curve, standard bell curve, as you alluded to. It's not going to be linear. You might see months up to 25, 30 million a month, but I don't think we'll see an $80 million month.
Okay, no, that makes sense.
Okay.
I didn't think it would be
Yeah.
80 million every month
No,
for the entire
no.
project. But, you know, it just seems like what was presented is like the high part will be $80 million a month, you know, during the peak of construction, right? Yes, in the beginning, doing startup, yes, I understand that you could incur a substantial amount. But, you know, that's not necessarily labor. It could be equipment. It could be a lot of stuff, right? Okay. Thanks. Anything else from members on this item? Yeah, Natalie.
Clarification, are you going to go over then the rest of the report? Or just the monthly?
To be honest, there was nothing else on the annual that moved a whole lot, right? I mean, we changed some of the front end of the curve for projection. But as I mentioned in the beginning, I failed to put in Corey's adjustments for September and October in this particular worksheet. So it doesn't flow anyplace else into a follow-on fiscal period in the annual report.
Okay, so I do have a few questions. And I apologize, I was unable to attend the last Finance Committee meeting, but, you know, and this may be related to what you just stated, but I was expecting to not see any bond issuances here, and you have them still listed for fiscal year 27 and 28. So I thought now that CCGS was out there that we would have the TECP proceeds listed and the reduced interest. Is that related to your comment about?
It is related to the fact that we will go through the entire program and revisit, of course, operations first, and to the fact that we need to borrow. To your point, that's a very good catch. The GO bonds and the associated fees are still listed here as a placeholder. So all things considered, you're correct. TECP is a much more administratively manageable process. So we'll see TECP first to be used as credit. Then we'll retire the TECP, and to the fact that we need long-term borrowing, whatever that vehicle may be. Because depending on where we are in the project relative to the end, the payback may hinder certain types of borrowing.
If I could, things are still in flux. We need to we're meeting with Robert and Kika this afternoon to talk about the movement of CPPs and numbers. We ultimately need to get FTA concurrence. So we meet with them on October, I want to say the 10th. And Rick has done some financial scenarios, and we need their concurrence. We want to get the initial reactions from Robert and Kika, and then all of this needs to be updated. And so without, you know, maybe Rick might kick me for saying this, but we don't anticipate to having to float bonds, especially not in 27 and 28. So to Richard's point, right now, these are just placeholders until we revamp and update all of the numbers once we get the concurrence from FTA and you folks.
Okay, so that's good to know, because the other thing I noticed was that the TECP that was there is gone for 26 and 27. So
The 50 mil?
yeah, 205, 300 million. Yeah. So that was gone. I also noticed that the overall, the general excise tax projections went down by about 20.6 million. And the TAT went down, the state portion went down about 6 million.
Let me look at that. That shouldn't be the case.
I was comparing it to the May-June report, yeah. And then net tax revenue went down about 21.1 million. Borrowing went up by about 5.7 million. So, you know, when I looked at this, I was expecting to see how the CCGS 1.3 million was going to be fit in there, and also trying to understand why you folks were looking at potential projects to defer, because that was out there, and I think that's still kind of a question out there.
It's all part of those, what I was just discussing, deferring projects and moving monies between CPPs. So
okay,
that all needs to be discussed and approved.
Okay, then one other thing that I noticed, the interest expense was about $8 million higher than what was in the May and June report. But interestingly, with all these changes, well, these big changes, the cash down was only about 17.2 million. So I guess I'll just take this with a grain of salt, since you guys are going to be looking at that whole scenario of the CCGS and what the FTA says and what these two committee chairs say as well. So yeah, I guess those are my main questions on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Notice that there are some changes in debt financing, but then I figure I'll just wait until later on this afternoon before, talk about it.
And I think I just want to add, we'll be very clear when this is been updated to reflect our CPS award and all the CPP changes. We'll be very clear that this is the version you're seeing. So I wouldn't expect that for another period or two until, like Lori said, we speak to our other stakeholders and make sure you guys are all okay with what we're presenting.
Okay. Any other questions from member on this item? Okay, hearing none. Are there anyone in the public or here or online that want to testify on this item? Okay, hearing none. Let's go to the next item. Item number 4, preliminary fiscal year 2026 operating and capital budget.
While Richard's getting set up, as you folks know, in our board rules, we need to present our preliminary budgets to you folks. There's going to be an iterative process. After we already put this presentation together, we do need to make some changes, which Richard will go over. And then the plan is, we will meet that deadline to submit this to administration by December 1st.
Okay.
So there's another October and November with you folks.
Yes, that's good you mentioned it, Lori. I was gonna
Oh, the schedule.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yes. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Will do.
That's good. All right. Thank you. Good suggestion. Okay. I will be going through the preliminary budget for operating and capital expense. You all have it in front of you. So there are two pieces. There's the actual PowerPoint presentation, And then there's the summary sheet for the proposed FY '26 budget as it compares to FY '25. So I'll go through the PowerPoint first because the backup is literally backup for the data that you will be seeing in the presentation. So the request from the Finance Committee for operating '26, an operating budget of $174.9 million, and on the capital side, $617 million. On the capital side, the project is for the start of the Pearl City Highlands Transit Center and for continuing projects from last year, because we're doing CCGS in phased funding. That would be the second tranche or the second ask for CCGS. And of course, as always in every year, the allocation of the entire budget towards the capital for HART project management costs. Next slide, for budget summary, operating budget total is $175 million. It's an increase of $36.6 million. That's 26.5% over last year, or this year rather, FY '25. Of the $170 million, let's call it, 97% of it is actually debt. So you see, if you look on the summary sheet, 169,737 million is actually debt servicing. So the preponderance of our budget ask is really for debt. Total labor costs, we're asking for $1.36 million, it's an increase of 220,000 or 19.3% from 25. And to build this dollar amount, we use the same FTE headcount, which is 72. Same as FY '25. Next slide, if you go through the headcount breakdown for personnel, as I said before, 72 FTE, same as this year. Actual headcount, this is slightly different than what Sandy just reported. So I used the actual pay register to build this. And then since I'm on the methodology that I used to build this budget was bottoms up. So I used the actual payroll register. I escalated for what would be a nominal base increase in inflation. And with regard to expenses, I also did the same. I used FY '24 full year expenses, and I looked at the FY '25 budget and used some business sense insofar as escalation. Sorry, back to the presentation. Additional positions budgeted, 35, and the authorized positions remain the same as last year at 98. Cost-wise, for the operating budget for HART, 6.7 FTEs, same as last year. For personnel expenses for HART operating, the budget ask is $917.7 thousand, and for the board, personnel expenses is $439.5. Capital budget FTE, which is the remainder of the bodies that we're asking in the budget, 65.3 FTE, and the capital budget percentage and dollar amount is 13.37%. I'm sorry, $1 million. Next slide. Okay, if you look through here, these are the major breakdowns of the operating budget from 25 to 26. Labor costs I just mentioned, the ask is $917,000. It's a $34,000 increase, a 3.9% change, and a lot of the line items that you see going through this budget, anything that's close to 4% is that base increase in inflation that I spoke to. Anything above or below, some of it is just rounding, to be honest, and some of it is actual purposeful increases, which we'll speak to, and of course you can ask questions once I'm done. Current expenses for FY '26, $1.5 million. It's up 35.6%. That's 2.3% up. And city charges, which is the direct charges that can be identified for other city departments on behalf of HART, and in particular case is charged at $1.7 million. It's up 92.4%, and that's up 5.6%. Down to board labor costs, as broken out by the spreadsheet here. Board labor cost is at 439,000. It's up 185,000. That's 73.3% increase. Some of that is due to comp, and of course, with regard to that, any increases that are attributable to fringe benefits and OPEB and things like that also increase the cost dollars. Board expenses, 574 versus last year of 514. That's up 60,000, up 11.7%. I think that's going to be a point of discussion today, but that is something that is per contract, for Laurie's contract. If you go down to debt servicing, I mentioned this before in the summary, you can see that the preponderance of the actual operating budget is in fact the debt, and the debt servicing at $179.7 million versus last year of $133.5. The increase is $36.2 million, it's 27% up. But most of that drives the rest of the budget as well, because that portion makes up the largest allocation against our operating budget. And I'll actually go through a summary of the debt servicing so you can see the principal versus the interest charges. Next slide. This is just more a breakdown of what types of salary and fringe benefit charges there are to be allocated against the operating budget. 472 for salaries, a small amount that will be done probably in FY26, similar to this year and last year. Some overtime pay during audit season for our auditor. It's up only 1.5%. Fringe benefit is 251.7 thousand, up 25,000. That's 10.8% up. OPEB is basically flat. It's up $3,000. And then if you go down to board salaries, you'll see that the ask for this year is 226. It's up $61,000. That's 36.8%. And like I just mentioned, for the top line, because fringe and other charges also mimic the allocation percentage for total comp on salary, you'll see that the benefits also go up that same percentage, so 36.8% up as well. This OPEB charge, don't worry about the math percent-wise. I think you should focus on the dollar amount. I actually checked it, so basically the long and short is that FY25 was a little bit weak, and the FY26 number is a more reflective charge.
A little bit.
No, it's a little. I looked at FY24 again, once again, just as a sanity check, which is why I do it that way. Right? Bottoms up is always better. And then total operating budget 1.3 versus 1.1. It's up $220,000 ask versus 25. It's 19.3% higher. Next slide. We move on to some of the larger line items for the operational expenses. So audit services is 56,000. It's actually a little bit soft versus FY25, and the reason for that is that the contract was written such that it's actually cheaper. So we saved some money there. On our audit, it's down 30%. Communication services is basically flat. That's the 4% you're going to see here and there when I just escalate the individual charges. Office and equipment rent is the lease that we pay here to stay in this beautiful building. It's for the operating budget, $1.2 million. It's up 45%. And this 3.8, it should be only 3%. I think if you look back at 25 was a little soft, and the CAM increase is 3% by contract. So that's your small break there. Percent-wise, it falls in line. So that was another good sanity check. All others include everything but every other line above. That would be, small office supplies, things like that. I mean, meals, other equipment. It's only at 12.1%, 6% up. Go down to the board. And I think here's where, we lost somebody.
Yeah, sorry, Richard. So board member Kika Borkowski, thanks, Anthony, left the committee meeting, so I'm gonna appoint Chair Hanabusa as an ad hoc member of the Finance Committee. Sorry for the
That's all right.
interruption.
No worries. actually, that's a good break, because now we're down to the board section. I left the expenses the exact same as last year, and I think this is a point of discussion because of the requirements in Lori's contract, and of course, what the board would deem as appropriate to charge for FY '26 that can be done, because once again, this is a preliminary budget. The only large item that Lori, Rick, and I took a quick stab at was the travel and training, because that by definition is put into Lori's contract. It's a nice round delta, 74 versus 14. I'm sure this is going to be open for discussion once I'm gone through this, and then we can have a Q&A, of course.
Wait,
but
Chair.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Correct. No, it's something that you guys can talk about. Yeah. No. No. Okay, that's okay. That would put a dent in this, right? We just put it back to zero.
We just
We're
have to
done.
fire you.
All right. Let's see. Total operating expenses, 2.1 versus $2 million for FY '25, up 95.6 thousand or 4.7%. Here's just a quick slide. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. So here's how case is broken out. So the city reimbursement would be considered direct charges. These are things that they can identify from another department on behalf of Hart to say, that's only Hart activity, and therefore you can go ahead and transfer that charge from your department to ours. Case is a different story. It's 5% of the total operating expenses. I took a stab at that based on the calculation that's done on our behalf for actual '24, and I grossed it up with the projections for '26. So the total dollar you see for operating budget is $1.7 million. It's up 92,000, and the percent change is prorated because I prorated it basically. It's 5.6% up. I do say, as the person that signs this bill every quarter, that it has slowly been creeping up. So therefore, it's not only 4%. I tacked on 100 basis points of delta just to see, well, here's the trend, and if it continues, we can probably expect to hit this number. If it doesn't, the budget might be a little bit hard, and then we'll come in softer, actual dollars to this. Next slide. Next slide is right off the interest and principal amortization tables. These are the charges for principal payback, as well as the actual interest charge on the bond offering outstanding for Hart. And this is only for FY '26. So you'll see that the largest cash flow out for '26 is $128.9 million for principal payback. That's up $40.8 million, offset by a decrease in interest payments. So FY '26 bond interest payment is projected to be 40.3 versus 44.8. That's actually soft 4.6. So the net difference for interest rate charges is actually 36.2%. And once again, the 169.7 is preponderance of the ask for our operating budget. Next slide, please. This is the top line projection. We talk through this every month. So these numbers here are what is posted in the cash flow for the end of FY '26. So estimate for GET, 348, TAT is 90. The OTAT is at 52.6. The federal funding there for $125 million, that is for the completion of AGS. And city subsidy is city subsidy. So every year, the quote-unquote skin in the game payment is made to Hart. Other revenue is actually the cash balance at around 1% for the year on average. And of course, the unreserved fund balance is the actual projected cash balance at the end of June for '25. And this was as of this past period. So total available capital at the top line for spending towards the project is $1.2 billion. And the graph is just a graphical example of the table to the left. Next slide. So here's the breakdown of the current ask for the capital budget. It's $617. And right here, I will say that this is a mistake on my part. CCGS is close, thanks to Corey. The Pearl Highlands project is only asking for 67. The ask should be actually for the entire project, which is 233.6 or something like that. So during the next iteration, Robert, when we come forth with a final ask, this number will go up.
Okay.
And the Hart Project Management Capital.
What's the different approach between the Highland Transit Center and the City Center Guideway? If you ask for the full amount for the Pearl Highlands, then why wouldn't you ask for the full amount for CCGS?
I think Laurie, that's a funding thing from the city, right? The CCGS project is deemed phase funding. So we ask for what we think we're gonna use in the current period. Because if they tried to book $1.3 billion all
Yeah, we
at
could
once,
not
that would be a
afford it.
problem.
But okay.
Yeah, I mean.
I'll let you finish before I ask question. I thought that's
that's a good
what you
question.
might say, but it doesn't. Okay,
Yeah,
go
I mean,
ahead.
and Laurie would be better able to answer that question. And then the $20.2 million at the bottom for Hart Project Management, that is the allocation towards the capital. So we basically round that dollar amount that's calculated out of CCGS to get to a nice flat number that City Council can consume and put into their budget as well. So that's 617 million flat. And if you go to the last slide, it's basically just a summary of what we talked about today. So we are asking for approval of 72 FTEs and $174.9 million in operating budget, and subsequently $617 million in capital.
Okay, thank you, Richard.
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks for listening.
Members, any questions on the proposed fiscal year 2026 operating and capital budget? Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Richard. Yeah, just a few questions. So on page 6, the fringe benefits, they went up 10.1%, but salaries increased only 1.5%.
Percent-wise, I actually don't have an answer for you. That I'll look into, because when I was doing the math to try and figure out what the deltas were.
Wait, I'm sorry, to ask the question again,
She's
Natalie?
asking percent-wise.
Yes.
This is on slide 6.
Yes.
So the fringe benefits increased about 10.8%, while salaries only increased 1.5%. So I was wondering why, because typically those two numbers, the percentages are really close.
Is the fringe benefits also on the capital side?
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah. Then.
So, you know, that brings up an accounting question because typically when you have costs that are capitalized like that, that are related, all of them would be capitalized, not just the main salaries. So is this how it was done in the past? I hadn't really noticed.
Yeah, let's go double check, because I think even the fringe benefits, try to double check if it's being capitalized too. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. What's included in the board salaries? I think Cindy's salary is in there, but
yeah, it's the executive assistant and then another staffer. So it's two
that's
staffers.
the one that hasn't been
Correct.
hired.
Correct.
Okay. And then I just wanted to confirm the board auditing, the 250,000, that's a placeholder for the internal audit function? Okay. And then the board communication services, based on our discussions that we had the last month or so, I thought we weren't going to go that route.
That's fine. We just wanted we left it as is. We wanted you folks to tell us.
Okay, so that would be, I guess, for the committee to discuss and follow up on. And then what are the professional services, the 140,000?
So last year that was in case because we didn't have Cindy at the time, and if we needed to hire a consultant to fill that puka in the meantime, that's what the number was last year.
Okay, so it would seem to me that that could also then be removed.
That's up to the board. Yes.
Okay.
Which is why there's no delta.
Yeah,
It
we didn't.
really is flat to last year.
Okay. And then one more question. On 8, the city reimbursement direct costs. So I imagine that's like Dan Gluck's time for working on the board, and this has always just kind of been a curiosity for me. You know, we get the news timeline, or the articles, if we subscribe to that for whoever. I'm sure that the rest of the board members get that too. Like every day something comes in for Heart News, right? And I've noticed that sometimes that comes from a corporation council staff, which I found odd. Because why wouldn't that come from somebody like Pang? But that would also be in this line item, the city reimbursements, is that correct?
Yes, and on BFS, and even like, let's say Kathleen Kelly, we have about 5 attorneys that are dedicated to Heart. Lisa Hirahara.
So mostly, is this mostly core then?
I think it's both core and BFS.
Oh, and BFS,
Yes.
that's right, okay. And then on that question about why is core sending us the,
That I don't know.
I
That was in
just-
place before I got here, and I don't think it's just Heart. I think it's citywide. They look at everything. all the.
okay, so that
Yeah,
person.
do you get okay? Rogers concurring.
Okay, I just found it very odd. Okay, thank you, those are my questions.
Thanks, Natalie. Roger?
Yeah, I'm always a little, we see the budgets and they're always appropriation last year versus appropriation this year. And even some of the questions of why did fringe benefits goes up. What I find helpful at least would be a projection of what FY 24 would have been actual expenses rather than just comparing budgeted versus budgeted. Then you can just have runaway budgets. And in this case, we've done some of that. We've said 140 for this, and we're just going to carry it forward. But it would be helpful if we looked at actual expenses, and I get it that they're probably still being compiled. I don't know if you've closed your books totally, but you're probably pretty close to closing the books for 24.
Thanks, Roger. Go ahead, Anthony.
Thanks, Chair. Just one quick question on bonds. Chair Hanabusa has done a good job of educating, certainly me, I think many other members of the board, about the value of commercial paper versus bonds. And I was just wondering, as you pointed out, the majority of the operating budget is debt servicing. Did we look into swapping out some of these bonds for commercial paper?
These issuances are actually live, so they've been issued. So to your point, and to Natalie's point earlier, you're going to see our lending program character shift. So all things considered, TECP is in fact cheaper to use. It is a variable rate product, so that's the downside of it. So if you have huge amounts of fluctuation in the front end of the curve, that's not so good. But TECP is cheaper. We retired and we put in bonds in place, depending, of course, on what operation says is required from a cash flow standpoint.
On these particular ones, we did issue TECP. We used commercial paper. TECP has to be paid off every year.
Right.
So what we do is, as we need it during the course of the year, we'll use TECP. And then at the next bond issuance date of the city, we've issued bonds to repay that TECP and then take that program to zero and then start again. So these are previously issued bonds.
Got it. So it's a rotating mechanism that you're using.
Right.
All right. Because I've been a witness as the chair has gone mano a mano with you on this issue, and it's obviously it is helping save the project some money.
Yes.
Real money. Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead now.
Sorry, I have one more question I forgot. The interest that's projected here on, or in the budget on slide 9, almost $3 million. When I look at the cash flow projected for fiscal year 26, it's 42.4 million, so it's about $2.1 million different. Why would that be? The principal, the debt repayments tie out. It's just the interest is different.
I will look into that.
Okay.
I mean, I hate to be. Well, you know what, I'll look.
Okay. Thank you, Richard.
2 is above 0.
Thank you, Chair.
42, you said, correct? 26.
Yeah, I was looking at the annual
Yes,
cash
I see
flow.
it. 42, spot 351 million.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions, members? Who's on? Oh, okay, one's on there. So Richard, I have a few questions. Let's go to your PowerPoint, page 2.
Okay.
This is not a budget thing, but for the Pearl Highlands Transit Center, maybe it's for Lori. Lori, could at one of the board meetings or committee meeting, we could just have a short presentation on how the transit center looks like out in Pearl Highlands, since we're gonna put it in the budget and it's gonna go out to bid, right? So I'm guessing the design work is kind of completed.
Okay, so you just want a rendering? Is that what you're asking? Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Kind of look at how it looks like. I know it excludes the parking garage. I understand that. And this is an item also is in the recovery plan.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so going to the capital budget on page 11 on the PowerPoint. Just want to confirm with respect to the allocation between operating and capital, have we changed any of the allocations, or do we look at it annually?
Allocations, let's say between,
Well,
our
like salaries between,
salaries,
yeah, what
yeah.
you assign to capital and operating.
Kept it the same.
Okay, all right, okay. So to confirm, if it's not in the capital budget, then the project is deferred, right? So I understand on the capital budget is the City Center Guideways, the Pearl Highland Transit Center, and just your capital stuff. So it really is only 2 projects that's gonna be bid out for next year, right? Okay, so I think you may do this later on, but projects such as the Pearl Highlands pedestrian bridge, that's gonna be either deleted or deferred. But it's in your financial statement.
That's a deferral.
It's
of cash
371.1.
to Roger.
I know you guys changed the description a little bit, but up until last year, 371.1
That's Kamehameha Highway.
it is called pedestrian bridge. So,
Correct. Yeah. So that, we can look into that project. I do know that in the genesis of this, that whole left turn / pedestrian bridge, we were gonna build it and someone else was gonna send us reimbursement. I think now that.
There's 2 parts, right? The bridge was never part of the recovery plan, right?
Yes.
But the left turn, you guys were gonna do, now we stop.
So good, to your point, Robert, we'll take a look at that.
yeah, you know, many of the things that I asked are actually in your public documents. It's specifically to say 371.1 is the pedestrian bridge. So, and it's in one of your cash flow statements.
It is.
Yep, right here.
Yeah. It's listed there. It's
Yeah.
as a CPP, it's one. Thank you.
So anyway, that,
There monies in there?
There's
Yeah,
some
there's
dollars,
monies in
there's
there.
dollars in there that's gonna be allocated to
Pay back HDOT.
HDOT, basically.
Because we're splitting the cost, right?
Correct.
HDOT. But it's not a
Before
bridge.
this
I know there's money in the
It's not a
account.
bridge, though. It's not the pedestrian bridge, though. It's the
project
left
for the
turn.
left turn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Corral left.
yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just reading exactly
Yeah,
what
no,
you publish.
understood.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that on Corey's side? What is he reading that's saying?
It's on the CPP, so that's the left turn
Yeah.
allocation.
Okay, I'm looking at the CPP here on your cash flow. Where is it? Where is he that he's reading it?
Oh, right here. I could give it to you. I have it right here. I printed it out from your website.
Is that on your side? Are you able to fix that? Because we're not doing a pedestrian bridge. Okay.
Oh, Lori, just to clarify, it doesn't say pedestrian bridge now, but it did say pedestrian bridge last year. So, and that's my question. Well, I don't know, but it's the same number, 371.1, and the amounts are the same. I didn't know whether you just changed the description just to change it, or there's a reason for it, right?
The left turn is 701.1.
Correct.
So it's not the same one.
Yes, right. So anyway, you all could figure that out. It's not a
No, that's a
budgeting
good
thing.
catch.
I just want to make.
Words make a difference.
No,
it's labeled-
actually, I just want to clarify whether that is going to be work that's going to be done.
Yes.
Because you budget for it, not you budget for it, you have it in your financials as something that's going to be done next year. But it's not on the capital budget list.
Yes. Okay, understood. Thank you.
So for the city center skyway and stations and the Pearl Highland Transit Center, how do you come up to the 529.7 million? And I know you just testified that the Pearl Highland, the 67 million, will be the total amount. So how did the 529 million come about?
That actually came from project controls. Call in the Calvary, sir. Hang on.
I'm sorry, Robert, you mind repeating your question?
Oh, yeah, sure. Thanks, Corey. So the city center skyway and stations, the capital budget you're asking for this year is 529.7 million. Now, your position is that the city system doesn't allow you to put in the 1.65 billion. That's the price, right? So my question is, how do you come up with 529.7? I mean, it's very specific, so I'm sure you had a reason for it.
Yeah, I mean, we took the project, we're looking at the cash flow and trying to make sure we stay ahead of expenditures. One, we don't want to be put in a situation where we're, getting up against that budget. We're planning to fully fund this over about the next 4 fiscal years or so, and so it broke down. I think I rounded it more, but
You actually asked me for 5.
yeah, and it came down, I guess, part of this exercise to get it to a nice even number.
It's not really an even number.
No, I mean the 617.
736.
Yeah, I referred to the 617 million. So
You know, I'm okay. You
Yeah.
can just say, you know what, we think this is the amount that'll cover.
yeah,
the
we
next fiscal
just
year.
looking like
It's
we're
just that it's very
specific.
precise. So I thought there's a
Yeah.
method to your madness.
No.
Left out for 32 cents.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's see.
Actually, Robert, the math behind this, other than Corey, you guys probably did a whole bunch of work to get it to a different exact number on the capital side. He asked me for 550 flat, but the number that makes it uneven is actually the Hart Project Management capital number. That is an actual calculation. So I make this number, the 20.2 and change, and I back this number out of Corey's beautiful flat 550. So that the city can see one flat ask of 617. I know that sounds, that's, make one number round so you can make the other one crooked. That's how it works, sorry.
Okay, thanks. But I'm good with the CCGS amount. I think that's all the questions I have. We need to take a look at it. You need to tell us the timeline.
Yes.
And yeah, on you know, the next meeting, what is the committee or the board, what do we need to do? And, okay.
Committee meeting is October, I want to say 20th.
Yeah, end of October, yeah.
We would need to, if we could get your numbers before then, so we could make, adjust all of it. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Richard, would you mind sending an email to all the board
Of
members
course.
highlighting when do we have to submit what and when does the mayor's office need the package, right?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Is that a hard deadline for
This one is December.
our package? Okay. Okay. I know, Roger, you have a question, or Anthony?
Well,
Yeah.
we did talk a little bit about, we had the 110 for communication services and the 140 for other ones. We just carried it forward, but I thought we were gonna have a discussion on.
Yeah, that would be up to the purview of this committee, unless you want to discuss it later and then send me emails back and forth.
You could discuss it, Roger. I need to know whether, yeah, we could have a discussion. I'm not sure whether the changes are gonna be made today.
I don't think you guys, can they converse via email, like, what oh, okay. So it'd be good to have it here, if you could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about 250,000, not a large number relative to the whole budget, but it's a sensitive number because, you know, it's a board expense.
So as I understand it, essentially the question would be, does the board need to hire an assistant to Cindy? Is that what we're talking about?
No, that's not that.
This was to replace Cindy.
Okay.
Also, the consultant for $140,000.
Yes.
Which, you know, we have Cindy, we have money.
Yeah, we have money in the
Correct.
budget.
We have Cindy, we have money for an assistant, we need this professional service, and that's a question for me.
I didn't think it was for, my recollection on it was that it wasn't for a Cindy replacement. It was for if the board wanted to hire a consultant to assist in, I thought it was basically Ala Moana and beyond, that you needed assistance on that. And then, and also, and that's my recollection also on the communications part of it, was that as Ala Moana and Beyond developed, there was a sense that they needed, that the PIG may have needed assistance in getting the communication of what was being done out, and also a potential consultant to help in the development of what exactly would be involved in Ala Moana and Beyond. That's my recollection. Those sums were related to Ala Moana and Beyond and what you needed in terms of assistance.
We would have to watch the video, Chair, because I just have my notes. It says for professional services, staff augmentation in case we could not fill positions. That was for the professional services. But we can watch the video. But it doesn't matter. It's what do you guys need?
Yeah.
What do you guys need going forward?
Yeah, I think that's really the question is, you know, I mean, myself, I don't think I would necessarily be in favor of the board hiring professional services for things like planning for rail extensions. I know that OMPO is conducting a study for that, and I wonder whether if this was to be done as a heart exercise, whether it would be better done as part of the executive director's responsibilities rather than the board to hire, a planning consultant to do that. I mean, that's.
Well, I think that the charter says that the development portion of it is within the board's discretion. So that if we're going to look at, should there be Ala Moana, and I think we've made the policy statement that we're going to do Ala Moana and Beyond because we created a PIG. I think to say that the PIG, and I'm not on that PIG, but to say that the PIG can do all of this without any kind of assistance, if they need assistance, and I don't know what the PIG thinks, that it would be almost impossible to do any kind of high quality kind of assessment of what and where we should go. Because the other part of it too, as you know, we have a charter commission coming up as well. So that that was another issue, was, okay, what is gonna be the board's position on that? Should the board look at, for example, I don't think we actually created a PIG, but there was discussion on a PIG of the merger of all these entities, and should Hart take a position on that? Those decisions are policy decisions of Hart, which fall clearly within the purview of this board. The board wants to do it, fine. If the board doesn't want to do it, fine. But that was my recollection as to why we were looking at those kinds of professional services. It was because of the fact that it was unique to what the board is, I guess, authorized, or the board's jurisdiction under the existing charter, and or what the board believes it should do in terms of the charter commission and where that goes. Because, as you know, in 2016, when we did the major change on the structure, it was done by the fact that the board had no authority.
Yeah, on, if we go back to the 2016, I don't recall that the board hired any professional services to come up with a charter recommendation. I think that was done by individuals, but I don't think there was necessarily any.
Exactly. I did it. So I can tell you, you're right. I did it. But that was because I didn't like being told by Dan Grabowskis that, what this charter says. And I also it was my friends who did the charter originally, right? And they told me exactly why they did what they did.
Yeah.
They wanted to keep the mayors out of Hart. So the question now is, if we're going to do something systematic, if that's what the board is inclined to do, I think the board should have assistance, because who's going to go do all of this? That's
As
a
I
lot
say,
of work, I can
Hart's
tell
getting
you.
ready to spend $1 million to start a process like that.
No, it's not spending $1 million. It's spending.
I know, but
$140,000.
it's a question of where, whether the board is the best vehicle to manage this type of study. I don't think it is.
Well, the question is, who does it then, Roger? It's not you.
Now, it might
It's
be.
not Hart itself. It's gotta be an entity, and maybe the issue is gonna be, do you ask the Charter Commission to establish an
Could be.
entity?
And I totally buy into that part. I just think that this is maybe the cart getting before the horse, if we are budgeting for professional services to do that.
But that's kind of interesting. We think that we could, $140,000 is reasonable for that type of professional services to help the PIG, the Ala Moana and beyond. But Roger, you just said Hart is going to spend $1 million.
No, I didn't. I said
it.
UMPO.
Oh, okay. UMPO's going to spend $1 million on it.
Right.
There's some kind of disconnect on the value, right?
I think 140 would be inadequate to do a study of this type.
I'm not saying we're doing a study. I'm
Right.
saying that
Yeah.
my understanding is that if the PIG needed assistance in terms of having some kind of professional, whether it's an engineer, whether it's somebody who's willing to, advise on, should you tunnel, should you do this, what should you do, then that's within the purview. But like I said, it's money that I thought was my recollection when the discussions came up as to why we would put it in there, is that was the intent. And it may have been something in passing, it may not have been something that we talked about, but now it doesn't matter, because if you want to do it, you can do it. I mean, you can keep it in there. If you don't want to keep it in there, don't keep it in there.
Let me speak to that. Without revealing stuff that's going on within the PIG that we can't talk about, but we have talked to a tunnel consultant. Can't even say that?
Yeah, you can't talk about what you're doing in the PIG at all.
Well, let's put it this way. We could spend some money usefully in looking at these options. So I would actually argue to retain that budget line.
like I said, that was my recollection as to why we even had it, because Alamana and I'm not on Alamana.
I actually wasn't
yet.
aware that the pig actually had a budget to play with. We might have spent some of that money already if we'd known. But
So I'm not on the pig, so I'm not revealing anything. All I'm saying is my recollection of it, when we voted on it, was that would be one of the issues. Because for some strange reason, and I still don't understand it, though we survived it, with all the money that is on the millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars that's on this, why would city council talk about, what is it, $4,000 or $8,000 for sandwiches? Is it 8,000? I don't. We have in there $4,000 or $8,000 for sandwiches, and they made a big deal about $8,000 for sandwiches. And I said, we have Dan Gluck who sits there. Dan Gluck won't let us buy sandwiches unless we're working through lunch, and it's Subway sandwiches. We're not out there buying, from MW or someplace like that. And I said, why is that a bad thing? And I think it was Radiant Cordero who says, well, I'd like to buy my staff sandwiches. And I said, your staff gets paid. I have an all-volunteer board who's giving up all their time plus lunch. So I said, why? And then she backed down. But, and then they made this perfunctory statement about, oh, yes, we really appreciate the work of the all-volunteer board. But that's what this whole thing. So we had to justify these expenditures. And why did they care? I mean, why would they, on this huge budget, not question whether or not CCGS at 1.66 billion or whatever it is, it was 1.3, I think, in that budget. Why wouldn't they be concerned about that kind of funds, but they were more concerned about our $8,000 or $4,000, which we didn't even use because we have to work through lunch? Why would they be more concerned about that? Or why would they be concerned about $110,000 for someone to help with communications for the board? That's what they were concerned about. So we justified this with them, and hey, we'll justify it again if that's the inclination of this board. But does that make sense to you? I mean, I'm still peeved about Subway sandwiches, which we can't do unless Dan Gluck says we're working through lunch. I mean,
I'm for Subway.
what the hell? I mean, what is this? And that's what we have to contend with. But hey.
Yeah, you know what? This is our first look at the proposed budget, right? And I'm not sure how many of us actually spent time in the last few days since it's posted to go over the finer details. Why don't, if the members don't mind, I would like to propose, instead of voting for any reductions or changes to the proposed budget, we go back to wherever we're at, take a good look at it, and just write down some questions. Then at the next finance committee meeting, then we could start talking seriously about making changes to the proposed budget. Then I think after that, we have to send it to the board. I'm sure there's going to be items in there that are, that people are passionate about, but that's okay. We could talk about it the next time.
Robert, you have 2 more meetings.
Yeah,
You
okay.
have October, November, and then the full board will be right after your November
Okay.
committee meeting, and then we submit December.
Cool.
So you have
That's
2 more
even
meetings.
better.
Yep.
Yeah. Why
and it
don't we
gives
do
Richard
that?
time to tighten up his numbers as well.
Yeah. Okay, sure. I guess my question is, we don't need a pig for the fiscal year 26 budget, right? Everything should be, okay, I know last year we had a pig or something for some kind of budget. I thought we established one. Maybe not. Maybe it's just my imagination. Okay.
We have a lot of pigs, that's why.
Yeah.
It's not a bad guess.
Okay, thanks. Okay, if there are no more questions on this item, are there any public testimony, either in person or online? Okay, hearing none, let's go to agenda item number 5, engagement letter for fiscal year 2024 independent financial audit. And you don't have to read the whole engagement
I'm
letter,
actually not
Richard.
gonna read the whole thing.
Yeah.
So basically what this is required by the board,
Yeah.
and we give you folks notice. If you have not read this, I guess we can discuss other questions if there are other topics. But I can just give you an update. Clearly, you saw the budget number. It's actually in FY '26. It's 138 for the year. It is softer than FY '25. And from a practical standpoint, I can tell you that the final trial balance is being done right now. They're gonna send it today. It will be received by the auditor on Monday. We've already started passing around either audit confirmations or working papers, either through us or sent directly from the auditor to various parties that we transact with to verify dollar amounts, if they need to send backup and things like that. So the process is on schedule so far. And we do have weekly meetings with them on Thursdays.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's the practical update. Rick will be out for a month. So, with regard to editing and building of the management discussion and stuff like that, we'll try our best. The other major point that is going to be an uphill battle for us is that we're blending our financials with the city. So even though the data will remain the same, the presentation of it will change slightly. So other than that, I don't think there's anything else to say, other than the fact that we have to give you notice that we have in fact engaged outside.
Yeah. And this is not a voting item, right? We don't have
I
to
have a
do.
What do you mean by you're blending?
Yeah, so.
Why? What is that?
We used to be a separate entity reported in the consolidated financials. So now we have to follow the format of every other city department. So the data is the same. It just will look similar to other city departments.
And who decided that?
Well, not me, clearly, because it's more work for us. I think that's BFS. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just a format issue around the financials. I don't think it'll impact our financials hardly any. It will impact BFS. This came up at the end of last year's audit by the auditors, and they were looking at the technical requirements, felt that Hart was providing information to BFS incorrectly. BFS actually disagreed and their auditors disagreed. So then there was some research done and determined that yes, we need to change, or they need to change the way they're incorporating or consolidating Hart's financials into the CAFR.
Is it
So,
a CAFRE?
yes.
Well, it's not a CAFRE, no, what is it?
Right, it's not, it's, they
CFAR.
changed, yeah.
Yeah.
But yes, this impacts their annual report. That's the biggest impact. It really won't impact our reporting, but it does impact how BFS pulls this into the overall city report.
Now, they report those as segmented business lines, right? They have park, they have the public transportation system, they have the board water supply. Is that gonna change?
I don't know exactly what the change is. I haven't sat down with BFS to walk through what the change is, but this was agreed upon by BFS and their auditor and our auditor, so. But it won't really have a big effect on us.
How is Board of Water Supply being treated? Because I think we're more analogous to the Board of Water Supply than we are to DTS.
I agree.
So I would think that we would be treated like Board of Water Supply versus another agency
Yeah.
or department.
I don't know how that comparison is, but our auditors and their auditors agreed that this is the right way to do it,
Auditors
so.
could be wrong. I mean, the CFAR guys are what, every 5 years maybe at best? So let us know why they think we gotta comply with whatever.
Well, we're not even sure what they're saying we gotta do.
I know, no, I mean, that's what I'm saying, but it's obviously you're doing it.
Okay, I will get you an answer.
Yes, I don't think that's because they think that it's right. Especially when they don't even get people who can bid on doing CFARs anymore.
Sure.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Just a question. I think you're aware that in the past, because HART, the system is on a cash basis, all of those adjustments would show up as auditor's adjustments, with the client's request. Is that still going to be an issue for this year, or you guys?
That can't be the case, because if we're gonna blend the entities reporting, we'll have to make the proper accruals to reflect consolidation, right? So we can't see cash basis from that
Right.
standpoint.
No, well, I was very surprised when I heard that that was being done in the first place. Because typically when you give a trial balance to an auditor, it's pretty much ready to go. You don't expect your auditor to make all kinds of accrual adjustments. So you mentioned you're going to give the trial balance to them soon. You're putting in those adjustments for the accruals? Okay, great. That's good to hear. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it over the weekend, it's done.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick comment. Just because the auditors propose an adjustment, a lot of time it could be adjustment proposed by the client, right? Certain information may not be available when you're preparing your trial balance. Most common is probably actuarial information that comes in later, so you have to make an adjustment late. I think one thing is talking about the blended financials, instead of us talking about it, why don't we have NNK come in at an appropriate time so that they could properly explain what a blended financial statement is going to be and how it impacts HART and the city. And we could even ask what was the decision behind the reason or decision behind the blending of the financial statement, right? I mean, they could come at the next finance committee meeting or wherever they want. Okay.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, any other questions on the engagement letter? Okay, hearing none. Any public testimony in person or online? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to the next item. The next item is actually under the Government Affairs Committee, and this item requires the Government Affairs Committee members to vote. Is that correct? Just the government, even though it's a blended, is a combined meeting?
Yeah, it's come to the full board after this. I don't know if finance is required to vote.
Oh, I just saw a little note sheet number word here.
Yeah.
Oh, we just recommend it to the
I
board.
think there's,
Okay.
yeah, I think there's
All
no
right.
harm in having both committees vote on
Okay,
it.
thanks. So I think Cindy's gonna have a handout, yes. Oh, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Good time.
Unless you just want to sit up there, Richard.
Thank you.
No, he doesn't want to be blended.
Almost sounds painful.
Can't believe that. Blended.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it's. You are. Okay, this item is a discussion on the mass transit special fund ceiling. Are there anyone in the public, in person or online, that wants to testify on this item? Okay, hearing none. So just a short background on this. Back in 2017, special session 2017, the legislature passed what we now always refer to as Act One. And really, the essence of Act One is to extend the GET surcharge for HART to December 2030. In addition, a 1% transient accommodation tax was provided to HART as well. So the transient accommodation tax increased from 9.25% to 10.25%, in which that 1% difference is for HART. We're eligible to get it. And the TAT is statewide, obviously, and the GET only applies to the Oahu excise tax collections. So, and Act 1 also calls for money that's collected from the general excise tax and from the transient accommodation tax. The portion that's related to HART should be deposited into a mass transit special fund. And from the mass transit special fund, the money is distributed to the city and county budget and fiscal services only if certain conditions are met. And the conditions, just in general, is the Department of Accounting and General Services, State of Hawaii, has to do certain audit work on all the invoices of HART. And after that is completed, that information goes up to the state Director of Budget and Finance, and he or she, the director, will certify that the money is available for distribution from the mass transit fund to the city and county of Honolulu. So in essence, that's what Act 1 is from a funding standpoint. Now, why are we talking about this? Because under Act 1, because the mass transit special fund is set up, any special fund needs an appropriation for money to be distributed out of it. If you look at Act 1 for fiscal year 2017-18, the appropriation is $1 billion. Now, the $1 billion is almost like a symbolic number. It reflects the absolute ceiling that of the appropriation, meaning any amounts collected that's deposited into the mass transit fund, if it's less than $1 billion, HART will be entitled to that, whatever's collected in that particular fiscal year, subject to all the audit and certification requirements. After Act 1 was passed, I didn't look at the history. I guess, we did not communicate properly with the Department of Budget and Finance to establish an appropriation, a sufficient appropriation in the mass transit special fund. And because of that, I think that last fiscal year, the appropriation was not sufficient to account for the increase in GAT and TAT that went into that account. Or was it? Oh, the last 2 years, then last 2 fiscal year. And because of that, because it's an appropriation, only the amounts appropriated can be distributed to HART. Now, that doesn't mean HART loses the money. It's just that it sits in the mass transit special fund until, say, the next fiscal year, when there's when there's a new appropriation for that fiscal year. So what we're proposing for the state's biennium budget, fiscal year 2026 and fiscal year 2027, we met with Budget and Finance, and we agreed that we will request an appropriation similar to Act 1 of $1 billion in the next biennium budget for the mass transit special fund. And what that means is, unless the collection in a fiscal year exceeds $1 billion, HART would be eligible or entitled to receive everything that is deposited into the mass transit account, subject to audit and certification restrictions. And that's really all it is. What you see in the letter is, what the handout is a draft of the letter that we're going to send to Budget and Finance, requesting that it will be included in the governor's administrative package.
You know, I think we need to clarify something else. If you recall, last year, Joey came to us with House Bill 2380. And what it meant was, it's not just simply that. It was I think the appropriation that we needed to have was 179 million because the GET and TAT collected for the past, I think, 3 fiscal years exceeded what was established as the ceiling, or we called it a cap. The reason why is because BNF used whatever was collected the year before, adjusted a little bit, and our GET and TAT exceeded that we were entitled to, and we were short. So yes, we get it, but we're playing catch up every single time. So this year, to be technically correct, for this fiscal year, we are going to be short again. So I think the cap is what, 427 million?
That's what's appropriated.
420 something million.
25 million.
25 million.
Yeah, that was what is appropriated out of the Mass Transit Fund for fiscal year 25.
And it is anticipated that we're going to be short. In other words, that's going to be a cap, and we're not going to get all the funds. So we would be playing the same thing again. So every time we catch up, yes, we get the money, but it also means that comes into the next fiscal year, and we're short that amount of money. And that's why we have to have the appropriation, the emergency appropriation given to us this year of 179 million to make up for that. So to avoid that, we were told when we met with Budget and Finance that they anticipated that we would be short again, and then we would be paying catch up again. So we were looking at potentially actually asking for another, 500, 600 million ceiling?
Yeah, the emergency.
Yeah, with the emergency appropriation,
appropriation,
we would get another 500 or 600 million. What was it? 600 million? Was that what they recommended?
Yeah,
Anyway.
just anything that would allow HART to capture all the money that
So that
comes
we
in.
would get the money. And our concern is that CCGS is going to start ramping up. I've always believed that when we looked at the appropriations, the potential expenditures, it would be highest in fiscal years 26, 27, especially, and 28. That's when CCGS would just ramp up, and everything else, CCUR, everything would ramp up. So we needed a maximum amount. We think $1 billion, which is what they gave us in the past, is going to be sufficient because we don't think the GET or TAT will reach that. Budget and Finance has told us the increase in GET for this coming fiscal year, the fiscal year, is going to be 8%. There is an expected downturn of TAT because of Maui, but technically, it's not, we're going to get something. We're just not going to get the whole 8% there, but that's not a substantial amount. The 8% on the GET is a substantial amount. So we discussed this, and at first we were going to do 2 letters, one for this fiscal year, which we needed to raise the cap, and also because of the amount collected would be a lot more than the 425 cap that they have. But it was also decided that we would not hit that until the ending quarter. So that would, of fiscal year 25 that we're going to be into. So if we had $1 billion, which kicked in beginning fiscal year 26 and 27, we would be able to collect all the funds, even if it was a delay of a couple months.
Yeah.
So the value in their agreement to do this for HART is that this is completely administrative on the state side. So BNF would put this into the governor's budget administratively, and it would just go through. The problem if it's done by our BNF is, the city's BNF, is that it has to be by an appropriation bill, which means we gotta go through all the hearings like we did the last time, hope that they raise the cap, which, you know, we were there for the emergency appropriation, but the cap, BNF did on their own. So BNF has agreed that they will do it for us administratively within the governor's proposal. We just need to send them a letter, and then they will go in for the billion, which would mean that we don't have to worry about this for the next 2 years, 2 fiscal years. And so that's what, but because this is, as they reminded us, the board is the policy-making body of HART, we need approval, because nobody acts independent in HART without an approval. So that's why you have the letter, and we have the special board meeting scheduled for just to vote on this and authorize this, and then we don't have to worry about the emergency appropriation having to be done or the cap that we've been troubled with.
So just one comment. I think it's more of a clarification for the public or for anyone tuning in, or gets a copy of a draft, or print out a copy of this letter. You know, when we ask for an appropriation of $1 billion, by no means are we getting $1 billion. HART is getting the total GET and TAT collections that we are entitled to under Act 1. If that is $300 million in the next fiscal year, then regardless what the appropriation out of the mass transit fund is, HART would only be entitled to get $300 million. The $1 billion is just the maximum appropriation. It's not money that's actually going to be paid out to HART for $1 billion.
Could either you or Chair explain to me how come we don't have to do this every year? It's 2 years. I know their budget is 2 years, but we get the 400 or 500 million every year. So next year don't have to worry about this?
No, because it's a biennium budget. The state is a biennium budget, unlike the city and county. So this goes in for fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27. I mean, unless it doesn't get through, but I mean, let's just assume it gets through. You don't have to, or HART staff doesn't have to worry about it until maybe August of 2026, because that's when the next biennium budget, 28, 29.
28, 29,
Yeah.
27.
So, you know, you will have to go through 2 more biennium budget up to 2031 when where's POW, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so that you don't have to worry about hitting the ceiling again, like we have, and being short 179 million. The thing that was problematic for us is that because we had the cap and we didn't collect for that year, it's not that you don't collect, it's just that then it eats into the next year and you have less and less, and we need the maximum amount of money. If I assume our projections are right, guys, that we're gonna have this, we're gonna hit the maximum expenditures during that period of time. So you need the maximum amount of money you can have, and that's what this does.
Okay, so if it's August of 2026, but we would need board approval by then, so from maybe July timeframe, should we already be coming to the board?
August 2026.
August of
27,
2026 is when we'll have to worry about this again.
You know, I'm not really sure
No, I think it's
if the
27.
HART staff is doing it, whether you actually need to come to the board.
Oh.
Is it correct?
No,
I
you
mean,
have to,
it
it's a
would be
board,
very
it's a
easy.
board, the board is gonna
Okay.
just have to authorize that
Yeah.
again, yeah.
Okay, it would be so easy in 2026. You just have to change the date and the fiscal year. That's literally
Come to
it.
the- I guess my
26,
question is,
27.
when is the
No, I
deadline?
mean 27, 28.
No, this is
next
26,
biennium.
27.
Yes,
So it's 20, in 27, you gotta go 28, 29.
yes, but
When do I need the
because-
board to come to the board is what my
because
question is.
fiscal year 27 is from, okay,
28,
I'm getting all
29.
the fiscal
Yeah,
years
you're
mixed
getting
up.
them all
I'm
mixed up.
sorry. so this goes through June 2027. So you would need, the next biennium will be July 2027. It starts July 2027. And the budget has to be prepared in
26.
August or September 2026.
That's correct.
And that's why I said August
Come to the
2026.
board maybe around July.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, when do they submit? When does BNF submit?
They actually have submitted already.
Yeah.
So they're accommodating us by doing this now.
Okay,
So it should be early
Yeah.
on in August by.
It could be June or
Yeah.
July 2026, yeah.
And hopefully they'll just keep renewing this, but yeah. So this at least gives you the maximum amount of money which you need to max out. And the reason why it's the state is because it's the state's money. It's the GET and the TAT, state's money. So that's what we need. And we don't need to go through, yeah, Joey, we don't need to go through appropriations again and have to go through a bill hearing and so forth. So hopefully this will take care of it. They'll automatically put it in, so it wouldn't take too much. And then, and then we just have to make sure that Donovan guys approve it, and they'll approve it. Well, it's just gonna be in the governor's budget, so,
Whoever's in the house.
yeah.
So-
Well, no, it's Kyle.
Any questions from members?
I just want
Anthony?
to summarize what we've just discussed for the public because it got a lot more complicated than I think it needed to be. We receive GET and TAT funds. They are collected for us on our behalf by the state, and we're entitled to whatever it is that comes in, but to control how those monies are expended, the state imposes a cap. And when we need to spend more than that cap, we have to go to the legislature and ask for an emergency appropriation. And what we're discussing today is a way to avoid having to go through an emergency appropriation by effectively raising the cap so that we can get access to the GET and TAT funds to which we're entitled. We're not asking for anything extra than what we're already entitled to. Is that pretty much summarize it?
Yeah, let's just go with that to avoid dragging this for another hour. Yes.
Yes, no, it's not
Okay.
accurate, but that's all right. You can go.
Yeah. Close enough.
Close enough, it's close enough, right.
Close
It's
enough
close
for
enough.
government work, Anthony.
I'm thinking of the audience because I suspect some of them might be saying.
No, I think it's close enough, yeah. Okay, yeah, we don't need a vote,
We're gonna vote, we're gonna have a special board meeting where we will vote.
yes, right. Dan, just for clarification, do we need a vote to recommend to the board?
I think it would be helpful, yeah.
Okay.
For both committees to do that.
Okay, cool. So could I have a motion to recommend to the board?
I'll move that we recommend to the board.
Okay,
I second.
okay.
Wait, sorry. Can you do each committee doing its own vote, please? So.
Right, I'm seconding the motion for his committee.
Are you on his committee?
I am on this committee, aren't I? Finance? Oh, I'm not. I can't
You're
second.
not on his committee.
I propose for the finance committee that we,
This is okay.
But we have nobody
I
to
don't want to be
second.
so,
And I'll second. I'll second.
Chair has to.
okay, all right. Okay, so, finance committee members, I'll do what chair normally do. Do I have, unanimous consent?
Yes, you have unanimous consent.
Okay, all right, should,
And then, on behalf of the Government Affairs and Legal Matters Committee, we have the same issue that for formal reasons we have to approve. And so I would like to hear a motion, Robert, to.
He's not on your committee.
Oh, yeah, not on my committee. So, yeah,
Rogers.
Roger, you've got to go again.
I move for the government affairs committee that we do what we did for the finance committee.
And Chair, could you second, please? I actually need to
gotta-
appoint you
You
first.
gotta appoint me first.
I would like to appoint Chair to the Government Affairs and Legal Matters Committee.
Okay, and I second.
Thank you.
Okay, you have unanimous consent.
And hearing no objection, we have unanimous consent, so it's passed out of our committee too. Dan, that make you happy?
Yes.
Good.
Okay, the two of you can adjourn.
So you want to adjourn yours?
yeah. Okay, so, the finance committee is adjourned.
And the
It's,
Legal Affairs.
12:43.
And we're going to adjourn at the same time.
Okay, all right. Hey, we should do this
We
more
should, yeah,
often.
tag team. Actually, I think the audience would prefer it if we didn't.